Oh boy. All right. Woohoo! Let's get another rip-roaring day of Path of Exile going. What is up, YouTube? Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, welcome for another edition of Hardcore Solo Self-Found and Path of Building, an extravaganza unlike any other. A great time, something that the New York Times has called something you have to see to believe. That's right. Another POB Hardcore Solo Self-Found session with all of us together hanging out as a community. Welcome and happy Wednesday, April 22nd, I think is today's date. That's what my computer is telling me. So welcome. If you are new to the channel, a special welcome to you. If you are a returning veteran of the channel, then you know what you've signed up for. You've signed up for hanging out with G3 Iron, which is kind of like hanging out with your grandma. You're hanging out with someone older, someone who you respect but can't quite relate to. Only instead of actually hanging out with your grandma, imagine if your grandma really loved Path of Exile and was bald. That's what today is going to be like. It's like hanging out with your older geriatric grandparents who you don't quite relate to, but they're really obsessed with Path of Exile, for better or for worse. That's what today is going to be like. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you guys are having a safe and good day wherever it is that you are at. So far, my day has been rocking and rolling. In fact, speaking of rocking and rolling, let's give you a rocking and rolling update on where exactly our character is at. So, this is where we are at. We are a level 48 Scion Summoner. Presently, that's where we're at. Our Ascendancy, our first Ascendancy, we went up and grabbed extra intelligence and extra passive point. Then, for our second Ascendancy, which I think we should be able to do today, actually, we should get our Necromancer ability, which will allow us to finally have offering skills apply to me. That'll be good because bone offering... Where is my bone offering? No, not that bone offering. Get your mind out of the gutter, YouTube. I think it's on my weapon swap. I'm leveling it, right? Bone offering. Maybe I'm not leveling it. I thought I was. But maybe I'm not. There it is. Bone offering right now would grant 30% chance to block attack damage and 29% chance to block spell damage to my minions. But once this applies to me, it'll apply to me at a 25% rate. So what is that? That's like another 8% chance to block attack and like 7% to block spell. Somewhere in there. That's pretty good. And where is that going to go? So our block chance right now is 30, 33, and 15. Our elemental resistances are 54, 75, 69. Mind you, at the wrap-up, at the conclusion of yesterday's stream, we just killed Kitava in Act 5. Oliver Smith, welcome. Yes, you can address me as Grandma throughout the day, or Grandpa, whichever you are more comfortable with. We're not going to assume anyone's gender, least of all my own. You may call me whatever it is that you wish, as long as it is a geriatric title today. That's going to be our meme, our inside joke, as it were, for the day. Welcome, Marcelo. Yes, I'm assuming that your grandparents have a beard, including your grandmother. Imagine if your grandmother had a beard and she loved PoE. That's what hanging out with me for the next couple of hours is going to be like. Lee, good afternoon to you. James, good afternoon. Welcome, welcome. It is good to have all of you here. Cowsad, what is up? Hopefully you are manning your station at work well, and hopefully your day is going well. Other things that we need to update. Our itemization is actually coming together. Yesterday at the start of the stream, I'm pretty sure I said, our itemization was crap. Today, our itemization is slightly less crap. And that is in no small way due to this particular Battle Plate Wrath Cloak, which is carrying this crappy little build. 54 maximum life, regenerating 2.2 life per second, and then giving us 15 whole cold resist and 9% lightning resist. This is a beast of a chest place. It's also got 770 armor on it. Then we've got this 4-link circlet. I almost called it an elegant hubris. It's not. It's nowhere close to being elegant. Rather, we turned this into the +1 level of socketed minion gems, and then we included our raised specter inside that 4-link gem. So right now for our damage, we're operating on a 4-link raised specter with minion damage support, controlled destruction, and elemental focus, because we are operating with slave drivers as our 2 damage dealing specters. Over in our shield slot, we've got Convocation, Decoy Totem, and Bone Offering. Then in our 4-link slippers, look at these slippers, ladies and gentlemen. It's got 18% to lightning resistance. You find me a better pair of slippers, and then don't trade them to me because we're in SSF, so I won't be able to trade them, and I'll just be jealous. So this is our 4-link slippers. It's got melee physical in it, it's got raised zombie, it's got summoned skeletons, and then it's got minion damage. I could probably take out either zombies or skeletons if I really wanted to, but right now it's just helpful. I think Kitava yesterday went really, really well damage-wise. Defensive-wise, we got hit once by Kitava's slam while his Chaos Pulse was going out. That was slightly scary. We dropped down to, I think, about 800 health. So that was slightly scary. I'm glad I put all of the resources into stacking HP that we did. This is our belt. It's got an implicit 28 to maximum life, flat strength, flat armor, some cold resistance, and then we've crafted some life on there. Then we've got some gloves that are fantastic. These gloves give us the most amount of HP out of anything that we've got. They've also got a decent amount of armor on them, 161, and then, of course, we've crafted some fire resistance on there. In terms of our passive tree, we pretty much beelined right out of the Scion starting node, came up, grabbed Shaper, came down and filled in some passive points down here into the life wheel while we could, grabbed some minion damage when we finally decided that we were going to play a summoner as we progressed through Act 1. Then we came up and grabbed Lord of the Dead, we came over and grabbed Cruel Preparation, made our way up to Death Attunement, and then we've begun filling out some more of these more niche sort of options like Mystic Bulwark, which gives us a whole bunch of spell block, along with Sanctuary, which gives us a whole bunch of attack and spell block. And then we've come up and grabbed Sacrifice and Spiritual Command, so that way our shield charge with Fortify actually moves somewhat quicker. You can see on our miscellaneous, we've got, where is it? -8% to our speed modifier. So my character is very, very slow, but at least our shield charge and our Flame Dash lets us get around a little bit. Zakarika says, no regal yet for the helm? No, the answer is no. I've got nothing. This is what I've got so far. A reminder to everyone. Yes, even I, G3 Iron, the guy who loves Path of Exile economy stuff, is not playing in a trade league. I'm playing SSF, and so far I'm having a delightful time with it, but it means that I've got absolutely crap that's dropped for me. Speaking of crap, let's try to get that up. This, I probably should actually armor or scrap this for more armor. My armor's at 41%. I feel like once I rescue Lily, I should go get a determination. Because I really want to cap my defenses, or get as close to capping my defenses as possible. That would be the goal. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the pattern or the format of our stream, oftentimes what we like to do... Oh, do I still have Desecrate? Desecrate's over here. Oftentimes what we like to do is we like to play through an act in hardcore solo self-found, get as far as we can. If I rip the character, or either one, if I rip the character or I complete an act, that is when we go and take a look at some POBs. So if you're wondering, hey Iron, where's the POB help at the moment? That's where it is. It is in queue, as it were. It is in waiting. If you would like your POB to be taken a look at today or at any point in the future, you can, of course, drop me a PM on our Discord channel. I will very quickly bring over our Discord channel to show you. Hopefully you can see this. Whoop. Let's see if I can do this. See how big of a boomer I am. There we go. I'm a very big boomer. All right, so there you go. When you join our Discord server, you can see at the very top of the Discord server, it says G3 Iron playing Hardcore Solo Self-Found. Just send me a PM. Right-click my name. Say, there should be one that says message. It's because I'm logged in. You can't message me. But anyway, just go ahead and send me a PM, and I should get your paste bin from your path of building if you would like your particular build to be one of the builds that we take a look at here today. Oh, and one other thing, I always forget. If you are new to the channel or you're a veteran of the channel and you haven't done so yet, you can, of course, like, subscribe, and ding the bell to be notified about more streams and more discussions just like this one. What if I ripped a character as I'm just sitting here chatting with you guys and I'm just chilling here on the beach? We just lost our character right then and there as I'm telling you guys how to send me POB info. All right, so I have yet to touch a Delirium mirror. Like this entire gameplay, I'm level 48 in a 45 zone. I'm kind of tempted to actually sit here in this zone and farm the Delirium a little bit. What do you guys think? Maybe I need to actually get this Purity of Elements. Yeah, I need to get the Purity of Elements off of my weapon swap. Where is Purity of Elements? Here it is. Where's Bone? Where did I put Bone Offering? Bone Offering can go here. So Bone Offering is leveling in our offhand. And then Purity of Elements. So we can reserve for Blood and, or Flesh and Stone. Purity of Elements. I've actually still got, what, 20, 30% of my mana still around if I wanted to add something else to it. So that's kind of nice. I've still got some options. Determination is a 50% reservation, though. Haste is a 50% reservation. Hatred is a 50% reservation. A lot of really good stuff on 50% reservations, so... I guess I could add Precision. That would add some crit chance. Am I going to die to these things? Maybe. Oh, that explodes. Get away from it! Oh, there's a faster attack support. I was actually looking for one of those for my shield charge. I need that! Ideally it would go here, right? Because that's already green. I just need to link it. I guess I'm still going to have to use chromatics here either way. I'm going to have to use chromatics on something either way. If this chess piece would just give me a few more... Just a few more sockets. Even if it was just 2 more sockets, that would be great. Is that a chrome? No, it's not a chrome. Look how quickly this guy's going to go down. Like, the damage on this is fine. 1 monster remains? Alright, where is he? The damage on this build, I feel like at the moment is actually okay. I'm less worried about the damage, more worried about the defenses. Because it's hardcore, right? There he is. Kill him! Alright, let's go talk to Lily for our reward. And then eventually make our way to Chevron. I might just want to sit here and farm the Delirium. I should probably try it. You're surprised Temp Chains isn't a must in hardcore? What's Temp Chain's reservations on Blasphemy? That's a good question. Nightshade says, what if you don't use POB? How would you look at a build? Then you would need to make sure that your character profile is set public and then send me your character profile link. And then I can take your character profile name and boot that into POB and take a look at it and edit it from there. It's actually a pretty handy, neat little trick. Lily gives us 2 respect points. It's quite nice. I'm glad she respects us. Do I want to check any of these out? I probably do. It's got good lightning, but it's not going to replace my life. Yeah. Throw all that crap away. Give me some more alterations. Oh, it's 35%? Then maybe I should work that in. Maybe I should work in either an Enfeeble or a Temp Chains. You will slay a very powerful king or queen and it will drop a Regal Orb. Nice! That's actually what we're looking for, right? You will slay a very powerful foe and it will drop an Orb of Scouring. Look at this. We're getting all kinds of good stuff from this. You will destroy the false idols of Kaduko and Kadaka. That's good. So I need to go back and fight those guys. You will use an Orb of Transmutation on an item and it will grant extra mods. Oh, I need to be aware of that so the next time I transmute something. You will slay cultists and the foes they summon. Ooh, spooky. Am I all out? Oh no. The Alchemist. You will slay an Undying Alchemist and it will drop an Orb of Alchemy. A master seeks help. You will find Einhar and complete his mission. Nice. Alright, so one of the things that I want to do is I want to get in here and get Grave Pack going. I also want to fill out the rest of the Sound Life wheel. And I want to come up here and grab Arcane Guarding. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3 passives. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. So we're looking at, we've already got our next 12 passive points. We've got our next 12 passive points planned out. Cute Dog has entered the chat. I love that you guys hate the way how I say Regal Orb. I love that you guys hate that. I don't know why. You guys hating the way how I pronounce things is in some way endearing to me. It makes me appreciate you all just that much more. All right, let's go try a Delirium. What the hey? Let's go try it. Let's rip our character. I've got a decoy totem, right? Where's the mirror? The mirror should always be relatively close, right? Alright, here's the mirror. Summoner builds are already pretty slow for this sort of thing. I'm staying over here. You guys should leave me alone. Go away. Go away. Go fight my decoy totem. There we go. Orb of Scouring. Orb of Scouring, Chaos Orb. Doublet. Nice. I'm not dead yet. Doesn't mean they won't kill me. Hey, you know what? In SSF, maybe getting armor actually isn't that bad of a reward, actually. Getting straight currency actually might not be that great. Like, rolling for straight armor in SSF is probably a better way to guarantee or better chance to get specific sockets and specific links than grabbing the currency. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. Whoop, watch that guy. Those guys that that puke out of their stomachs, I feel like those guys are the most dangerous guys. Because maybe they all just like start puking at the same time. And then down you go. Okay, we just lost a zombie. That makes me nervous. When stuff starts killing your zombies... Whoa. Alright, we did it. He killed 2 zombies. Look at that loot explosion. Oh my goodness. That feels good. Okay. Yeah, that's totally worth farming if we need stuff. That's 100% worth it. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty good. Getting that amount of drops. Alright, where is there a portal scroll? I don't have one. Am I seriously going to go back through this? Am I going to go back through this? Yes, I am. Grab that portal scroll. I don't want to have to relog and summon my zombies again. Iron sadism confirmed. Yeah, but for me it's not sadism, it's just sadism. It's just in a state of perpetually being sad. That's what happens when I lose a character in hardcore. Iron sadism. Pure says, G3, I usually don't say anything in chats, but I feel like you're definitely an exception. Thank you so much for every beginner guide. They help me so much. Hey! That's cool, man. I'm glad you enjoy the guides. Hopefully you enjoy the streams, the guides, the discussions. My goal whenever it is that we're putting out a discussion is to make it so that way it's something that would be beneficial to someone. So I'm glad that it's been beneficial to you. Wow, that's a lot of HP on a helmet. Does it have room to craft? Yeah, it's got suffixes open. Oh! That's got more life. It's got... Ooh. I think I could actually take that. It still has a suffix. Okay, maybe this is my new chess piece. Friendship with Wrathcloak over. Empyrean Shelter, new best friend. 79 life! The Gale Tread. Ooh, man. Those are evasion based. And it's not a 4-link. Okay, it's really going to jack up my links if I swap all this out. But we definitely got some like legitimate stuff here. All right, so let's sell the gloves. The gloves were not legitimate. Nah, we're selling that. But these boots, this chest piece, and this helmet, they're all good. It's all good in the neighborhood. Problem is going to be that I won't have a 4-link. I mean, I can just swap this out and straight up go up in terms of my defenses. Let's go to my hideout and see what we can craft on there. What's up, Scott? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for asking me how I'm doing today, Scott. I'm doing very well. How about you? So far, it's another day in Ray class. We haven't ripped a character yet, and we actually just did our first Delirium encounter whatsoever on this character in Hardcore Solo Self-Found, and it was very profitable. We just found like 3 upgrades, or 3 potential upgrades. What can I roll on this thing? I could put lightning resistance on this thing. Yeah, I'm doing this. That's just better, right? It's a little bit better HP. It's a little bit worse armor, granted, but once I 20 quality it up, that would be better. All right, throw this in here so if I ever need to sell something. These were craftable gloves, but these gloves have got 78 life on them. This is a 4-link glove, though. I feel like I'm just going to keep these in my back pocket because for right now, this is working out. That's what I feel like. Scott, you're still working on your Scion? Which kind of Scion are you running? Are you also running a Scion Summoner? You running something different on your Scion? Maybe if I farm the Twilight Strand, I can get some Cluster Jewels, or do they only drop in maps? Did we already determine that today? That Cluster Jewels only drop in maps? Was that already a thing that we talked about? Was that yesterday that we said that, or somebody said that? Of course, I could be wrong on all of it. I got 35%. That's like 6% that I just lost there for physical mitigation. It's kind of a big deal. This is going to be the crafting treasure reward. So we'll see what this can give us. Legit exalt! You guys saw it! You all saw it! We have an exalt! I have no idea what I'm going to use it. It's SSF. Do I rip it right away to softcore? An actual exalt. In what act? The Twilight Strand, Act 6. First exalt. Woohoo! Fierce Pure Exalt. That's no coincidence that it dropped with the Delirium, right? No, it didn't actually drop as a Delirium reward, though, right? It just dropped off of a monster. Because the rewards only drop at the end of the encounter. So, that was just pure luck. There we go. Streamer RNG confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I have no idea what I'm going to use that Exalt for. I guess I could multi-mod something once I get the multi-mod craft, right? That would be one thing it would be good for. Eventually, I'm actually going to need something, I think, that's green, red, and double blue, right? Caswell Channeling, Bone Offering. Or is it Splinters? Was it Splinters only drop in maps? Maybe it's Splinters. Oh, man. This explosion was slightly less rewarding. But hey, those are all going to be turned into like crafting goods for us. So slightly less rewarding Delirium, but just better rewarding zone. Straight up exalt drop, baby. Legit. Like, I have no idea what to do with that. It's SSF. Use it to multi-mod? I guess I could use it like on a slam, on like an endgame piece of gear. I legitimately have no idea what to use that on. Was this good? Thunderous Skies? That gives a Storm Cloud. That'd be good for leveling another SSF character. Whew! Scott says, doing a Bane Occultist Glad with the Spellslinger. That's right. Spellslinger. Right on. Well, it sounds like it's going well for you. Alright, let's go get some more minion damage. Yeah, we'll go up to Grave Pact, and then we'll fill out Scion Life Wheel, and then we'll grab Arcane Guarding. That sounds like a plan to me. Legitimately dropped an exalt. Like, what do I do with this, guys? I am open, fellas. I am open for suggestions. So, you guys let me know what you think. What we should save that for, or what we should use that for. Boy, that ring's a pile of crap. This is 2 reds. I need Fortify, right? No, I need Desecrate, Castwell Channeling, Bone Offering, Cyclone. So, Castwell Channeling's blue, Bone Offering's blue, Cyclone is green. Okay. Fortify is red. Oh, Desecrate is green as well. So it's 2 greens and 2 blues is what I need for the Cyclone Bone Offering setup. So this is just a chromatic for right now. That's all that is. Whew! Multi-mod is in the Pale Council, if I recall correct. Yeah, that's where it is. For, I believe, to unlock the recipe for multi-mod. I'm like legitimately jittery over here, folks. I'm like, my legs are bouncing underneath me. What is this? Is this what it's like to feel young again? You know what I really could have used more than that Exalted drop, though? Was 15 more armor scraps to make this a better chest piece. So maybe that'll go up to like 570 on the armor. This is giving me some lightning resistance, but more importantly than that, it's giving me 4 blue sockets. That's what's important there. It's really tough to go with a life-based summoner. A life armor-based summoner. It's just tough. Scott says he's just starting into red maps for the first time ever at level 83. Nice, my dude. That's a really cool achievement. Like, to get that far in SSF. That's... I can only hope I can make it that far. I don't think I'm going to touch red maps for a long time, though. I would want my character to be so decked out. I would be so paranoid. Chase this guy down. Chase this. Whoa, hey now. Watch out. Watch out. Explodies. Man, I keep getting the currency rewards. I'm not complaining at this, but I'm like, hey, wait, why didn't I get currency rewards when I was playing softcore? When I was running Tropical Island, where were my currency rewards then? What's the deal? A mahogany tower shield. Ooh, maybe potential upgrade? Potential? That's got armor on it, doesn't it? Yeah, armor and ES, so that's a red and blue. That could be an upgrade for our helmet as well. Maybe turn that into a +1 level helm for minions. And then from there try to get some life on it. Maybe I use my Regal Orb on it. How would you guys like me to pronounce Regal Orbs? Regal? You just want me to say Regal? To me, that's just shortening everything about the name. That's wrong. Whoa, that was some damage. I like Regal. It's much more Regal. It's much more Noble. All right, so we got some fossils here. We got some Orb of Alchemies. This is good. This is good. Some chromatics. It's actually pretty good. Some pretty nice little drops here that we're getting. What level zone is this? Level 45? Can I just stay here forever? Can I stay in this zone forever and just safely farm the Delirium? Never die? You get to level 90 this way? Quick! Somebody calculate how quickly it's going to take, or how long it's going to take for us to reach level 90 in, what, Act 6? Farming the Twilight Strand? Pure, we're in Act 6. We just killed Kitava on yesterday's stream, so we're just now starting Act 6. Balcon says, trade blacksmith whetstones for armor scraps in the town vendor. Yeah, it would give me more. I don't think I'm ever going to need these, actually. That's a good call. I don't think weapon quality is ever going to do anything for me as a summoner. Right? Because it only affects the base physical or the base rolls. I don't even think... Does it improve attack speed? I don't think it improves attack speed. If it improved attack speed on claws, then it might be good for attack on hit and life gain on hit. That is not an upgrade. That's a pile of crap. $16 to all attributes. That might be nice. So let's throw that over here. Mike says about as long as it will take you to get to the Pale Council. That's fair. That's a fair point, Mike. Oh yeah, we dropped this Matua Tupana. We dropped that yesterday. I believe in the Chamber of Innocence is where we dropped it. I'm gonna make a note of that. Can I make a note? No? Set a note. Dropped Chamber of Innocence. You gotta do this so that way your items have a story, right? This is just a 4-link. This is just another 4-link Lunaris. See, the problem with just being like, hey, I should just use this. It's got armor on it, right? That means it's better. Yeah, but this has got 63 life on it and 200 armor. This is the thing I want as my 4-link. Pure says, my heart would beat out of my chest on hardcore Kitava. Oh, yesterday, Act 5, you can go back and watch the VOD. Just like the last 30 minutes of it is us fighting Kitava and then helping others with POB. Yeah. I was, as the youth of today would call it, sweating bullets. All right, where's my delve page on here? Here it is. Delve page. I have no resonators or anything right now because I really haven't done anything in Delve yet. I've messed around a little bit in Delve, but that's interesting. No life modifiers. So I could roll that to try to get something have really, really strong armor and then just like craft life onto it. Yeah, Cowsad, I guess I should use the mirror emoji next time, right? Use the mirror emoji. See if the game drops me anything more. It's a good call. I think. All right, let's go get level 50, and then we'll progress from there. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go hit level 50, and then we'll see about some item upgrades. One thing that I could do for my specters is I could swap them over, because like right now the reason why I'm married to a 4-to-4 blue link setup is because I'm using slave drivers. And I wouldn't have to use slave drivers. I could be using my zombies or my skeletons as my DPS. I don't have to be using slave drivers. I could put zombies or skeletons. Ooh, is that a 5-socket? That is. I could put zombies or skeletons onto... What do you call it? 2 red, 2 blue. Like, that would be perfectly acceptable. And go melee, physical, and go brutality. Or go multi-strike. Multi-strike, brutality. Yeah, lots of options here. Because we're a summoner. There's always lots of options as a summoner. What are we getting here? We're getting jewelry and we're getting Harbinger rewards. Okay. The Harbinger rewards... an ancient orb, I guess, could be useful. Could be. Whoa, watch out. Those corpse explosions are no joke. They pile up on top of you. It's like 3 or 4 of them. Alright, I think we killed everything. Okay. I'll take that. Shards, yeah. Shards for alchemy stuff, yeah, I'll take that. Got some rings here. Got a belt. Got some amulet. Nice. I like it. This is a 4-link. Oh, man. 4-link chess piece. I'd have to get really lucky to hit that amount of life again. Hey, what's up, Jliu? Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Dense is nice, Mike. What's nice about dense for SSF? You're just saying getting more armor, ES, or evasion? If I went CI, then this I could see that this would be really good. Put that on all of my ES bases to roll and craft them. That would be good. So, Jliu, what you were talking about in the Discord over the last couple of days is what I'm doing, right? I'm taking a break from the rat race that is Trade League, and I am just enjoying Path of Exile at my own pace. Don't have to feel like I have to juice all my maps. Don't have to feel like I have to rush. Just want to enjoy myself at my own slow geriatric pace. Damage over time and global physical damage. That'd be good for bleed build, right? If I play a gladiator. Who was it in chat last week that wanted me to play a gladiator? A couple of you guys wanted me to play one. A couple of y'all were like, hey, you should play a gladiator. Let's put that there. I feel like that's really good. All attributes, accuracy, physical. I feel like that's pretty good. This is pretty terrible. This is pretty terrible. This is pretty terrible. Yeah, these are all terrible. Could I use this? Yeah, I could if it was bleed. Alright, let's go sell the rest of this junk. Then, I guess, am I going to keep this base? That's the question. I'm going to find more 5-sockets as we go. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that's not going to be the only 5-socket that we ever find. Famous last words, right? Oh, you use the quality fossil first, right? So you craft it up to, what is it? Level... What quality is it? Between Hillock? Is it Hillock quality? It's like 14 from the craft. 38 quality or something. Oh, that was you, Cowsad, who said that. There you go. See? So if we play a gladiator, we've already got a jewel for it. So that's good. That is good news. All right. Anything else that I want to do here? Nope. All right, let's just go hit level 50. Blade Blast. Yeah, we could try it. I wouldn't know how to scale it. I'd have to take a look at the gem. And I'd want to take a look at a couple of different setups and compare them. But yeah, maybe when this character rips. Maybe this character is going to rip on this exact run through the Twilight Strand. Maybe this is the last time this character ever kills any monsters. And if that's the case, so be it. You know, time to start a new character. That's chromatic. We're picking that up. Every single chromatic, every single alchemy. I feel like alchemy orbs are way more valuable than chaos orbs in SSF. There's level 50. This is now officially the furthest I've ever gone in SSF. Then again, every single moment that my character is alive is the furthest I've ever gone. That's a 4-link boot. Nice. I believe that actually has some armor on it too, right? Yeah, that's 4-link with armor. Which, slightly better than that. 4-link with no armor. So we'll swap over. That means that I could actually swap over my specters. That's what that means. I can swap over my specters, go to an armor-based helm. That's perfect. Those boots just opened up possibilities, baby. That's what those boots just opened up. Alright, kill the boss. Don't let him kill me. There we go. Look at that, we're going to get tier 5. We're going to get 3 different rewards here. Is that how that works? Hey, look, there's a regal. Is that how you say it? A regal orb. How do you guys say glass blower's bauble? How do you guys say that? Am I mispronouncing that? Oh, man. Dakota says, in Hardcore Soul Self-Found, can you still party play? No, you can't. You cannot interact with other people. Like, you can see them in town. I guess that's technically interaction, but that's the only interaction you can do. What am I doing here? Trying to make room for this chainmail vest. Where is a portal scroll? I don't even have one. No! I need to stop going out without a portal scroll. That's a chromatic orb, and I'll be damned if I'm leaving it behind. No chromatic orb left behind. You know what? This helmet is just going to be shards, so I probably could do this, right? No alteration shard left behind. There we go. All right, we did it. Yeah, I need to put some portal scrolls in my inventory. Is there anything else that I missed back here? I don't think so. This is actually not that bad. I'm going to say that. As somebody who has not run a single Delirium up until Act 6, Delirium farming on the Twilight Strand at the beginning of Act 6, not that bad. It's actually kind of a nice low-level zone. It's kind of nice. Laucon says, Hillock can give up to 28% quality, but the fossil you can get up to 30%. Oh, nice. There you go. Jeff says, essences seem like they would be very valuable in SSF. Yes, essences and orbs of alchemy are, like, top tier for me. At the moment, at least. Maybe later on they'll drop off, but at the moment, very, very good. All right, so these boots, these boots are made for stomping. So these boots we're definitely going to swap out here. Which means we're definitely going to use this helmet. Yeah, this is the helmet we want to use. I've got 4 jewelers and 8 fusings. All right, so how do I want to do this? Let's get rid of these chainmails. Let's grab some portal scrolls so that way I'm not constantly out of portal scrolls. Grab some wisdom scrolls so we're not constantly out of those. What's this helmet like? Is that any good? Double resistances, but no. Boatloads of strength, but no. You can get boatloads of strength on a belt almost anywhere. All right. What's my lightning res at? We're at 76% right now, and that's without using purity. Purity gives me 18%. So I'm going to be at the exact same once I swap this out. So then the question is, how do I want to craft these boots? That becomes the question. I think I can use a prophecy here with orbit transmutation. This is going to give me 2, right? It's going to use my prophecy. Yeah, there you go. Okay, intelligence and movement speed. I could exalt slam my boots. That's actually the first time I'm going to have movement speed on boots the entire game, though. Alright, so my raised specters are actually going to lose a level here. Hey, what's up, Murat? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Very kind of you to say you love the content. I am enjoying the content myself. Hey, 4 sockets! Okay, can we link it? Okay, this is great. This is great. Alright, this is on a 3 red right now. So if I do zombies, I go brutality, multi-strike, melee physical. Melee physical, Ray zombie. I could put fortify on there if I really wanted to. Multi-strike. And brutality is the next one that I need. Okay. Minion damage. Oh, I won't have minion damage, though. You know what? That's okay. Melee physical is 39%. Multi-strike is decent. Decent. Ugh. Decent. And brutality, I think, is like 50%. Brutality is just out of this world. G3, are you going to aim for a chest supported by MAME? Maybe. That would be nice. Dakota says, do you know the Boots movement speed vendor recipe? Not off the top of my head, but I hate doing vendor recipes. I can tell you that straight up. I just don't enjoy it. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. I generally don't like doing it, unless it gives me a massive power boost. And most of the time, I feel like I shouldn't be walking. I feel like I should be shield charging, because I want to keep up Fortify as much as possible. So movement speed is nice if it's there. But obviously I've been playing with -8 up until now. So I haven't really cared about it that much. Okay, Scion is Act 4 brutality. There we go. Oh, Mike, that's an interesting point about multi-strike, because it'll lock the zombies in more. That's an interesting point. I don't have any more rewards up here. Bummer. James says the contains X items, delve nodes, where X is like minion, cold, physical, also seems really good in SSF. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, I think delve is still a fantastic spot for a lot of folks. There we go, 44% more. So all 3 of these gems are better than minion damage at the moment. So we're okay with that. All right, gems. Summon skeletons. Do I still want to be summoning skeletons? No, I'll just level it. I don't want to be summoning it right now. If I summon anything right now, I should be summoning like my decoy totem, and then I should be focusing on proccing my molten shell. All right, let's go see what we can craft onto this stuff. This is good. This is very good. Whew. Murat says, G3 Iron, what is on your content list? I really like the unique items run through and the synergies with certain ascendancies. You really do your research, and it shows in the quality of your videos. That's very kind of you to say. What is in my content list? Like, what's in my backlog of what we're going to work through? So that's a great question. Typically each league we've got kind of like our staple videos that we'll always consistently do. I could grab life here. I could grab fire and lightning. Nope, just... I should grab just lightning. There we go. Other things that are on the backlog. One thing that I've been working on now for almost a month, I think over a month now actually, has been a lore video for PoE. It's not really going to be a lore video. When we hit a Patreon level of support, I forget if it was like 35 or 40 concurrent supporters, I had up there as a tiered reward that I would be working on a lore video. And it's going to be a lore video, but it's going to be more of like a homage to PoE than it is going to be a pure lore video. It's not just going to be me telling you like, hey, did you know this about Einhar? Rather, it's going to be more like a video essay about lore in PoE and an argument about it. So that's what one thing that I can tell you is on the back burner. Another thing that's been on the back burner for about 2 years and I've never gotten around to it is a topic of best bosses. Best designed bosses and the different mechanics in PoE. That's one that's been on there for a while. All right, let's check out the helmet slots. Yeah, helmet and amulet, I think, are two spots that still have got some crafting room on them. All right, so fire and lightning are both at 72, 73 at the moment. What's the next most likely thing to upgrade? Probably one of these rings, right? Yeah, like this ring doesn't even have any resistances on it. So let's do fire resistance on this helm. To try to help out the fact that we're eventually gonna get a ring that's got life and resistances on it. And there's nothing that we can do here. We could get flat mana on here. That's right. We're not doing anything with that. Okay. We're happy? We're happy. We are level 50. We're making our way up to Grave Pact. I am now going to go to the Southern Forest. No, I'll go back to slave pens. We're gonna stay with the slave drivers for right now. Alright, so zombies are good. Skeletons are no longer in existence. Specters will still be here. Jliu says, do lore? Yeah. There are lots of other channels that do a great job with lore just in general. So I don't want to rustle anybody's feathers by literally just doing content that other people are already doing very well. I feel like when there's a topic that other people have done in the past, but maybe they've done it in a different style or a different way, I feel like that's worthy of a separate conversation. But when somebody else is already doing lore, and there's several different lore channels that are available in PoE, like that are just dedicated to lore, I feel like the style of lore that we're going to talk about is going to be a bit different. That's one of the reasons why it's not just going to be me telling you about Navali or me telling you about Einhar. Like, there's other places that you can go if you're interested in just having somebody read to you or tell you specifically, hey, this is about this character in PoE. What we're going to focus on is a bit more of an homage about what lore does to us as players. Johan says, hi, farming Strand Mist works out great because currency Harbinger drops can drop Orb of Bindings. That's super awesome for SSF. That's a great point, Johan. That's a great point. Had not even thought about that as a Harbinger reward. But we are onward. We have successfully gotten, what, 3 or 4 upgrades there in the Twilight Strands? I believe. What was that? 4 upgrades? Helmet, boots. What else did we get? Did we also get a chest piece? This ring is old. The glove is old. I want to say we got something else that was an upgrade. But maybe not. I could be wrong. Alright, we're going to put Decoy Totem. Decoy Totem is now on our spacebar, so that way we can constantly jam that. And what are my resistances like? 75, 75, 73. My lightning resistances are still a bit low. So if I can get some lightning resistance and fire resistance. Oh no, fire and cold are both up there. Okay. So we're just looking for like improved lightning resistance on some stuff. That's what we're aiming for. Lauken says, you can do lore, but just pronounce all the names differently. Oh, man. And this is the prophetess, Navy Lady. Oh, man. Oh, I suppose I could have Bone Offering up right now. I could be doing Bone Offering or Flesh Offering on my space bar, but we'll be alright with this configuration for a while. Look at that. Pretty decent drops here. Man, I love the setup with putting Feeding Frenzy on the Carrion Golem and then using Maim on it. Right now I'm using Flesh, where is it? Flesh and Stone in that slot because I need it for the socket colors. But once I can swap Maim back onto that guy, it's going to be good. I think now is the time. Was it earlier that I said? Was it yesterday that I said like around Act 6 or 7 was when we would swap over and make a decision about getting Pride? I think it's going to be that time when we just go full on physical for our zombies, and then we'll swap the slave drivers over to chieftains. Whoa, hey now that was some damage there. Stop doing damage to me, game. Don't you know I want to live? To quote Green Day, I just want to live. You guys don't even know about Green Day, do you? Is Green Day considered oldies now? Or are oldies still considered oldies? How far do we need to advance in time before the pop music of the 80s and 90s becomes the oldies classic rock channel? You guys don't even know what channels are, do you? You just have radio and your Netflix on demand, all you millennials. Can't stand you. You and your emojis and your Hulu and your Netflix. I shouldn't even be saying their names. They're not sponsoring the stream. You and all your streaming options. You and your Amazon Primes. I'm pretty sure if you say Amazon Prime on a YouTube stream, I'm pretty sure your channel just gets deleted from YouTube, right? That's the way how that works. Alright, let's go back to town. There's so much loot. So much loot. Tess Seeger says, do you know how carrion golems are calculated in POB? I don't. That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure how many minions it assumes you have. That is an exceptional question. Power Chieftain soon. Power Charge Chieftain soon. Yeah, I like the Frenzy Chieftains. Mike Furr says, my kid loves Green Day. There you go. They have a new record? Oh, man. I hope I can listen to it on my turntable. I remember when they first came out, their 8 tracks were pretty good. Remember, if you're just joining us, today you can refer to me in whatever geriatric fashion you would like. Just imagine a stream with G3 Iron is like a stream with your grandmother or grandfather if they had a goatee and were bearded and had a slight obsession with Path of Exile. You know, it's just like hanging out with your gramps or your grams. Don't I have a face that slightly resembles your grandma? No? We'll just pretend. We can both pretend. That's what your grandma and your grandpa do. That's why you're here. They pretend and they fell in love. But anyway, we're not going to go through all the anatomy class today. We're just going to stay focused on PoE. Alright, there we go. Karuai Fortress. Let's go take down Tukahama. Let's do this. There's a whole bunch of passives. This act might actually be my favorite act. There's so many passives here. Like, you get passives for killing bosses left and right here. You kill the Muppet, the Puppet, the Puppet Master? Mrs. Puppet? You kill her. Kill Tukahama. You kill, what's his name? The Minotaur guy. The Goat Man. Who else do you kill in this act? You kill Shavron and Brutus again. Just so many great bosses. So many iconic PoE bosses that you kill. Grab the crafting recipe. Come on over here. And come on over here. And come on over here. And now Tukahama is vulnerable again. Watch for his jump slam. And he's already down. It doesn't matter. Alright, we now have our Pantheon unlocked, baby! So strong. Summoner, so strong. Look at this character. Doesn't this character look strong? The MTX in this game are hilarious. Alright. We now have the Soul of Tukahama. And then we can't see any of the other ones yet, because we don't have them unlocked yet. Okay. Now, almost every time I go through this door, I'm telling you this directly, YouTube, this is a one-on-one moment. This is a G3 exclusive. Every time you go through the Karui Fortress door after killing Tukahama, there is a pack of monsters that are actually 15 levels higher than any other monster in the entire game. They're always waiting for you, and they almost always combine on-death effects with crit as well as ailment-based damage. So as soon as you click on that Karui Fortress door, the chances of you dying are about 99%. So let's see if this grandma, who's bald and loves PoE, can survive. All right. Yeah, there they are. They're right there. They're always right there. There's always a rare pack that is sitting on the other side of that door. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just go through this door and I'm fine, right? Wrong. You go through that door and it's a death tunnel. It's a death window. You see your whole life flash before your eyes. Which for you guys, you're all millennials. Except for me and Mike. Me and Mike are the only ones here that have actually seen the year 2000. The rest of you aren't even millennials. The rest of you are probably Generation Fork Knife. Hey, what's up, Durian? Welcome, welcome. Durian says, AG3, hope you have a good time. Just don't get hit. That's right. Points to forehead. Don't get hit. Whew. Pure says, that's not a mental image I wanted at 3 p.m. Don't worry, we're done. We're done talking about your grandparents' biology. We're past it. We're moving past it. That one pack, I swear, that one pack on the other side of Tukahama's door. I'm not sure how many characters in hardcore I've lost to it, but I have lost some. Like, it's so disappointing. It's like, yeah, I just got done with this boss fight. And you feel really good. You got this power up. You have this new pantheon that's available to you. And then there's just a pack right there that just takes a dump right in your mouth. Oh, this is gross. A crap sandwich. Oh. Okay, once we get up to Grave Pact, I think we're going to be good on minion damage for a while. We can finish filling out the Silent Life Wheel. We can probably go up to about 3,000 HP. About there. Over the course of this act and the following act. Which would be really nice if we were at 3k HP when we're at level 55. And we go in and fight Azaro a second time. That would be really nice. Because then I just really wouldn't have to care about much. Is that a oh, I thought that was a 5 link. Oh man, that would have lit up like a Christmas tree. There we go. So we got the one exalted drop. At this point, I'm kind of rooting for more essences. I guess crafting bases are actually going to matter, aren't they? So I'm probably going to have to go in to my loot filter whenever I do actually reduce the settings and make it a bit more strict, or increase the settings, depending on how you want to look at it. Yeah, once I can cap my resistances without using Purity of Elements, I think that's when I'll swap over to Pride. So hopefully that should happen this act. Jason Hurley, born in 83. Hey, man. You actually know who guys like Jerry Springer. Who else? Richard Simmons. Do you remember Richard Simmons? Little Richard Simmons? Remember him? Nah, he was still even before your time. Later on in the day, I do have a good discussion topic, but I'm not going to bust it out until later in the day. It'll be a bit of a guessing game. It'll be fun. But we're not going to do that now. Right now, I'm going to focus on killing Shavron. It's probably a really bad idea to pop that. Oops. I still don't have an ignites, do I? No, I don't have a... I have a freeze and a curse. But no ignite removal right now. Greaves. Ooh, an Orb of Alchemy. There we go. Am I saying that right, by the way, guys? Orb of Alchemy? Is that okay? Am I saying that right? I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I promise I'm teasing. Come on, lighten up, people. It's a Wednesday and we're having a great time playing PoE. Oh, there's a trial in here, isn't there, as well? Yeah, I should probably do that. I should probably do the trial. I should probably delve, too. Yeah, I'm up to 300. Where is the trial in here? Is it down here? Yeah, it's down yonder. Do you guys know that word? They teach that word in school anymore? Yonder? It's a word that comes to us from the olden days. The days of Ma and Pa Ingalls out there on the farm in the Wild West. Not quite the time of the Pilgrims. It was long ago enough, though, that I don't even remember that time. But I was taught about the word yonder. It's a good word. All right, we have 2,000 HP. Let's see how much of that HP we're about to lose. Oh. I don't even have a stone golem right now. It's because I'm rocking my bone golem. My carrion golem. I love that this does next to no damage to the zombies. Zombies are just like, what? Traps? Yeah, lab traps suck, don't they? And shield charge! We made it. Alright, there we go. Crafting recipe. Double resistances, that'll be very, very helpful. That's one that we needed. That double resistances is quite good. I really can't pick this up. Oh, wow. No, I really can't. Alright, well, back to town. Yander over wander? Yeah, yonder. Yonder over yonder. Alright, get rid of all this crap. Cast speed might actually be helpful, right? It's 3 blue. Cast speed would actually be helpful. It would actually be an improvement over what I'm using right now. The lack of a red socket is slightly unnerving. I could use some jewelers on this chest piece. Alright, so we're going to keep that for right now. That's just another chrome. Alright, so swap this out. I only have 2 Jeweler's Orbs. Come on. Come on, 2 Jeweler's Orbs. Go more than 2. Alright, that's perfect. 3 and I'm happy. I am so happy. And one of them is still 2 linked. Look at that. Now we put Flesh and Stone over here. Now we put Feeding... Oh, do I want to use a chromatic here to try to get a 1 red? 1 red. Look at that. Now we've got Maim that can go with our Feeding Frenzy Carrion Golem. Oh! That's so beautiful. Don't you just love it when a plan comes together? I do. All right, that ring is absolute garbage. Let's throw all this stuff in here. Right here. And eventually, what would be nice is moving Flesh and Stone over here and moving this green into a 3-link, and that way we would have faster attacks with our shield charge. But we're not gonna tempt fate right now. Mary Lou Renton? Mike, now that is a blast from the past. Mary Lou. Sweet Mary Lou. Yeah. Yeah. Little Richard. Back in the day. Sweating to the oldies, am I right? You got to get your headband on. Get your headband on, put your wristbands on. Make sure you get those spandex shorts on, because we're going to sweat to the oldies, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be tomorrow's stream title. G3 Iron. Sweating to the oldies through Act 8 and 9. You think we'll survive today? I keep debating every day that I make the thumbnail for the video, or for the stream. Like, should I put both acts on there? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Assuming I'm going to survive the first of the 2 acts, that I'm not going to die? Like, Shavron could legitimately kill me here. I could die on the way to Shavron. One of the gods could kill me. I don't have very much... Yeah, I have no chaos resistance to speak of. Maybe I need an amethyst flask before I take on Puppet Mistress. Muppet Pistress. Whatever her name is. Pure says, this stream is like a bouncing metronome from old head to millennial, and I don't know what to think. Pure, when you're with me, don't think. Just feel. Just enjoy your day, man. You're here having a good time using your free time. I'm here having a good time using my free time. We're just all here using our free time, having a good time. Until I rip a character, and then I'm going to scream for a bit. Don't worry, I'll mute the microphone when I scream for a bit. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Do you guys want me to scream into the microphone when I die? And leave that audio for your enjoyment and your torture? We're going to find out who the real sadists are in this community. I guess in theory, if I leave my mic on, those of you who want to hear me scream like a little girl when I rest in peace my character and rip him, you can hear it. But those of you who don't, you can just mute. To be honest, though, when I usually rip a character, I actually don't scream right away. Usually the frustration scream comes after I realize, after it sinks in, after acceptance of the new reality sets in. Usually when I lose my character, it looks something like this. Oh. Okay. And then I try to analyze what the hell just happened to my character. That's usually what happens. Nightshade says, oh, I came back and you're still alive? Oh, yeah, that is good. I'm a big fan of that. Jason Hurley says, how about the 56K dial-up with the free AOL codes? Oh, and the CDs. Yeah, the AOL CDs. Did you ever see the guy who made a full set of armor out of just AOL CDs? It's pretty impressive. What is going on here? Which direction did I not go in? Okay, that was a weird layout. Ethan Rose says, hi, someone I play with on PoE called Blocker, whose build you featured, recommended you. Like your content. I'm quite a new player, just wondering how to craft better armor. At Good Guy Gaming 3. Ethan, a couple of things. First off, I'm going to take a drink because I'm losing my voice. First off, welcome to the channel. It's nice to have you here. I'm going to let you know from the get-go, crafting better armor is a really, really tough concept because depending on where you're at in the game, there's always better armor that you can craft. The very first piece of armor that you get, you can craft better armor than that. When you get to the end game in Path of Exile, and you've got an end game worthy piece of armor, there's still better armor that you can craft from that. So learning to craft better gear in this game is primarily about your build and what you're aiming to do with your build, and then crafting your gear to then bolster what it is that you're trying to do or mitigate what it is that enemies are trying to do, right? It's a fancy way of saying, hey, do you want to build offense or do you want to build defense? Now, learning how to craft is something that some players take years to do. It's something that some players take a league to do, like a couple of months to do. For some players, it's a couple of days. It just depends on how much you want to dedicate yourself to studying all of the different ways that you can craft in Path of Exile. Everything in Path of Exile that drops is a craftable material. Everything that drops in PoE is a craftable material. Either it drops as something that you can craft on, which is an item that would go into one of these slots, or it's going to drop as a crafting material that you can craft those better items with, right? So either it's a currency that you can craft on, or it's an item that is to be crafted on. Those are the only two options, pretty much. So that's like the big picture for crafting. We have a getting started playlist that I would highly recommend for you if you are new to Path of Exile. It's a pretty new players friendly playlist. We designed it so that way it would help truly new players. There's a lot of different guides out there, frankly, from full-time streamers, from full-time gamers who it's their job every single day to play Path of Exile. It is not my job to play Path of Exile every day. I've got other work that I do to provide for my wife and 3 kids. 4th kid is on the way and due in July. Kid's doing well so far. But this is not my job. And so one of the things that I wanted to do with that Getting Started series was actually provide players who were new to the game some insight on how to craft and how to interact with Path of Exile as a truly a new player and coming from a place where you don't necessarily have as much time to dump into the game. So hopefully that's helpful to you. All right, let's grab this crafting recipe. And away we go. Cowsad says, I remember having Bomberman on a floppy disk. Oh, man. Yikes. Okay, Ethan gives us some more clarification. Yeah, sorry, I should have given more context earlier. Basically, I am playing a Lacerate Gladiator, level 90, 20 Watchstones. I found a level 86 Astral Plate, and now I 6-linked it with less than 40 fusings. That's great. That's fantastic. You've got a couple of options that you can go for there. You probably want some things like armor if you're using armor as a defensive mechanism, or Vol Molten Shell, or a cast when damage taken Molten Shell setup. Probably going to want some armor on that Astral Plate. Probably going to want crit if you're going crit. And you're probably going to want enemies explode, which means you're going to want to use influence, the new influence exalted orbs as you work on that chess piece. Be aware that oftentimes, especially when you're new to Path of Exile, it is cheaper if you're playing in a trade league to just buy what it is that you're looking for than to craft what it is that you're looking for. Now, if you're willing to put the time into learning how to craft, then it becomes much more cheaper for you to craft what you're going for, because you know all the ins and outs. But until you know the ins and outs, it's often cheaper just to buy it in a trade league using in-game currency. This is your first proper league? Well, there you go. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff on that getting started list that is absolutely useless to you because you've already made it to level 90. So there's going to be stuff like explaining transmute orbs, right? You don't need a lecture on transmute orbs. You don't need to know how they work. You already know how they work. You're familiar with it. But there's going to be other stuff on there that's going to be very, very helpful to you. Like how to roll your maps, how to farm the end game. What's your Atlas strategy? How is it that you want to min-max your tree? When to prioritize certain upgrades. These are all things that we discuss. Okay, Grave Pact. We finally have it. So our minions should do Redonkabonk damage now. That is the official amount of damage that our minions do. We now do Redonkabonk damage. We've got our block chance up here. Now we're going to come in and fill in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to come fill in 25% more life. And away we go. Skepsis says playing Burger Time and Q-Bird on the Commodore 64. Skepsis, what is up, my man? I haven't seen you for a couple of days. It's nice to have you back. Clay, what is up? Welcome. Yeah, the ultimate personal debate in PoE. Time versus money. Exactly. It just depends. It really just depends. Are you short on currency? Are you short on time? Are you short on time and currency? Whoa, was I burning there? Did my HP bar like actually disappear there for a second, or was that just out of the side of my eye? I'm just getting paranoid out of the side of my eye, right? That's all that was. Totally fine. All right, we're picking all this stuff up right now just because we have next to nothing in our stash. So even if we're just picking up transmute and alteration orbs, we're going to pick them up because we need them. Oliver says, except on PS4, try to craft everything as everything is so overpriced. Tailwind boots with life and 20 move speed for 25x. Oh, wow. I should go play on PS4 and make a million X. Sounds great. All right, there we go. Let's go get some more life. 25% increased life should put me up to what? I want to be at 2,500 life, probably. Before I start fighting some of these, some more of these gods. And I want to be at 3k life when we get to Act 7 and we start taking on Izaro. See, here's kind of the trick of this. Over the weekend, I played a just hardcore, not solo self-found, just hardcore Templar, Stormbrand, Archmage Templar. And I leveled them not quite to maps. Got to like Act 8, I think, the start of Act 8 in Hardcore Trade League. And that was so much easier than this. Just because already in Trade League, right? You can start manipulating the market, interacting with stuff. Your lucky drops turn into, you know, gear upgrades, which then turn into more lucky drops, which then turn into more gear upgrades. Like, think about it if I was playing Trade League and I just had an exalt drop for me. Like, there would be an exalt's worth of gear on this character already. So it's a very, very different experience. And I'm liking it. I'm enjoying the challenge of this. I'm enjoying the challenge of, and the thrill, the challenge and the thrill of stuff dropping and getting excited for stuff actually dropping. Because usually when I'm leveling through the 10x story campaign, I'm just like, meh. Unless it's a tabula or an X that drops, it's not really exciting. Like this Skeen that's a chromatic orb, my heart would not actually experience acceleration at a chromatic orb. And in SSF, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a chromatic. I'm going to need that for when I need 2 red and 2 blue rolled on a helmet. This is super exciting in SSF. At least for me. And hopefully it's exciting for you guys. Isn't that what your grandma and grandpa would say? We're going to the library today, and it's going to be exciting. Well, it's going to be exciting for us, and we hope it's going to be exciting for you. All right, here's the host chieftains. Mike, this is what you were referring to as the power charge chieftains. So we could grab those if we wanted to. I like the frenzy charge guys because they make us faster. And they share the frenzy charge with me as well, which makes me faster. So that's kind of nice. Watch the explosions. Those explosions are kind of faint. Watch the traps. Kill the monkeys. And make our way to the next zone. Yeah, I think that's it. I think I'm convinced. Act 6 is my favorite act. I think this is my favorite act. Even the Brine King. Like, the Brine King's Island is, I still think, sufficiently pretty scary. The stone golems on the Stein King, wow, I can't speak. The stone golems on the Brine King's Reef, I think, are pretty scary. Oftentimes, their physical slams just do a whole bunch of damage. And they roll into you, and you have no idea what you're doing. Oh, an essence! Woohoo! Alright, what? Muttering Essence of Hatred. Okay. And Decoy Totem is just OP. Love me some Decoy Totem. Look at that. Cold resistance. That's good. I'm going to eventually need that. What can I craft that on? I'll have to think about that. Now, one disadvantage to going Scion and playing Summoner is that I'm not going to get any gem levels from my Ascendancy. which is what you would get if you'd be going Witch. But since the last full league I played hardcore, I played in Blight, and I went with a Juggernaut. So I'm actually kind of used to not getting additional gem levels from my Ascendancy, believe it or not. I'm actually used to getting it off of my wands, which in Blight I did play hardcore trade league, so it was a lot easier to grab the +1 to all spells wands and +1 to minion wands. So that was a pretty big difference for Spectre levels and Animate Guardian levels and Zombie levels. Like, that was a big, big difference. But look at that. That stuff is just going down instantly. I don't even have Pride yet. Grave Pact must have just actually kicked in and done double damage there. But look at this. This is after all the zombie nerfs. This isn't a. This isn't even like a zombie, like, focused. Oh, look at all my zombies doing all the damage by stacking strength. Like, this is just, you know, regular minions doing regular things. Whoa, hey now. Took damage there. It's unacceptable. Is that a strongbox? That is a strongbox. Let's ID that. I have a bad feeling about this strongbox. Let's ID it. It's guarded by a rogue exile. All right, maybe we die here. Decoy totem and run. There we go. Level 53, baby. And another level to raise zombie. Can I raise an 8th zombie yet? No, that's not going to be for a while. If ever. I'm not sure if this character is going to survive long enough for us to actually get to an 8th zombie. Whew. Oh, that's a good question, Ethan. We haven't asked that for a while. Ethan asks, how long have you all as a community been playing Path of Exile for? There you go. So take your opportunity to flex, ladies and gentlemen. How long have y'all been playing Path of Exile for? That's an excellent question there. Excellent question. Let's do this and empty our inventory. Ethan, to answer your question, I can actually go and take a look at my account, which you can go and look at my account. It's down below in the video description. It says that I joined Path of Exile's forums on this account November 26th of 2013. That's when. So what is that, 7 years? But I really didn't start playing until 2016. Those first 3 years of my account being there were mostly me being skeptical and playing other games. And a silver flask. That's not what I need. I need a granite flask. Granite flask is really what I need. No. Alright, so now we actually have some essences. What can we craft with these? We can craft cold resistance or physical damage. Alright, so we're going to keep that for if we play a physical build. Clay says 2 years in June. Oliver says since Talisman League. Cowsad says me, I played back when it came out on Steam and got back into it around 2.9. Jliu says this is my second league. Skepsis says started a few months after the first closed beta. Mike Furr says played since beta. Blight is when James Moray started playing. Tie Man says, I tried the game a year after it came out for about an hour, hated it, came back during Blight, and been hooked since. Yep. That was pretty much my experience, but that was 2013 to 2016. I tried it once in 2013 with my good buddy Beckett the Hymnist, and didn't like it. Thought, honestly, at that point in time, thought the graphics were just atrocious and it handled terribly on my machine. And didn't really come back until 2016, and then have pretty much been playing it as my main game ever since. Alex says, I followed my bro's gameplay since beta, but I started during Delve League. Pure says, I've been playing for a week. Awesome. Welcome, Pure. It's great to have you here in the community. Zuka Rika says 2016 was when I started. Nice. Jeff has been playing for 18 months. Nice. Nightshade says midway into Legion League. And Tobias says the last couple of weeks of Blight. There we go. Look at that. This is a great question. Just to see where everybody's at. One of the things that I really love about the Good Guy Gaming community, about the G3 community, is just how many players feel welcome and feel like they're able to contribute and be a part of the community, regardless of whether or not they are a longtime veteran who's played the game since beta, or whether or not they're a new player who's just getting started and they're needing some help. I really think that's awesome. I think that's probably the thing that I'm most proud of about being a part of G3, is just how many different folks can come in at different points in time and still contribute, and how awesome an attitude everybody has towards helping each other and getting better together in games together. I think that's probably the coolest part of G3. And that's really a testament to all of you guys and gals who are a part of the community. I think that's pretty awesome. That folks can go, hey, you know what? Oftentimes, in gaming spaces especially, but we're humans, we're tribal by nature. Oftentimes people will go, hey, you need this level of knowledge or this level of experience to join this club. A ruby flask, that's not what I need. I need a granite flask. And I just really like that we don't have those sorts of requirements as a community, let alone what's enforced by me or any other G3 guild leader. Like, I like that you can come in, be relatively ignorant about Path of Exile or about any other game that we're playing, and you can pick it up and learn along with other people. And you can learn from other people that you can know and trust. I feel like that's another really important aspect of it. Having veterans around who you can know and trust and rely on is a big deal. All right, so the entrance is going to be up over here, top right. Feel like we've cleared out this zone pretty well for this underground, what would be what, underground riverways or underground sea? I forget which as a layout. Some gaming communities just turn everything into a pissing contest, into a comparison contest. I feel like there's too much of that in the world at this point in time, too much of that in gaming spaces at this point in time, where everything has to be an esport, everything has to be competitive. That includes gaming. Everything has to be competitive. I like competitive gaming. Don't get me wrong. I like competitive gaming when it's explicitly competitive. Path of Exile isn't necessarily competitive. And so I feel like it can ruin the experience for a lot of players to treat it as competitive. Or communities when they get competitive with one another. Or when players just try one-upping each other a lot. Like, I get turned off by that. That was one of the reasons why, back when I first started playing this game, I was like, I'm not even sure if I want to bring the whole Good Guy Gaming ethos and community style of building into Path of Exile. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that. At first, I just thought, I just want to play Path of Exile. I'm not really sure I want to build a community in Path of Exile around it. And after learning from so many different communities in PoE that PoE is actually one of the more friendly games out there, I was like, all right, this is good. This is a good game. It's a good community. It's filled with lots of players who want to help each other out. As opposed to some other games where you might ask a question. No matter how many times you ask it and what platforms you ask it on, you always are met with opposition or trolling or simply ignored. So I like that the PoE has cultivated a helpful community of players who want to collaborate in general and who want to show off their cool stuff. I think that's probably gaming communities at their peak. People helping other people get better at stuff. All right, now this spot, sometimes I take a bunch of damage when the Mulan's ancestors show up. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Mulan's ancestors? Here they come. Here come Mulan's ancestors. They're right here. Here we go. There's one of them. Mulan's ancestors show up, and they're just a big problem. I bet you guys don't even know Mulan, do you? No, wait. You guys do know Mulan because you know it from a Rick and Morty reference, right? I need my Szechuan sauce. Give me my Szechuan sauce. Yes, I know it's pronounced sauce. At this point in time, I'm actually messing with you guys. Szechuan sauce. Morty, I need my Szechuan sauce. Mickey D's. Gotta bring it back. Clay says, PoE is also the only game I've played where you can ask a question in global chat and almost always get an answer. Yeah, exactly. Like, too many other games, it's like you'll just get ignored, or you'll get taken advantage of, or you get trolled. Like, there are those people in PoE. Make no mistake. There's still people who want to troll you. There's still people who want to take advantage of you. But there are also people who want to help you. For all sorts of different reasons. Maybe they got help themselves at one point. Maybe they just get a kick out of helping people. Like, one of the things that's amazing about the... that's an actual 5 link. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to figure out a way to get that in my inventory. Oh my gosh. That's an actual 5 link. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're picking that up. Game changer. Okay, let's go here. That's totally a game changer. Whoo! It's not much armor. It's not much armor, but that's an additional link. It's a green link, but I could go red and blue because of the base. I could go Impale support in the green slot. I could go Impale, Melee, Brutality, Multi-Strike, Zombie. Let's see what's on this thing. Okay, I'm going to want to craft that. I'm going to need to craft that. I'm going to lose a lot of HP here. I'm going to lose a lot of HP and a lot of armor. Maybe I go Arctic Armor for like another flat percentage of physical mitigation. Maybe that's what I do here. Man, where are all the amulets with life? Sheesh. I think this is, yeah, let's put this in another one. 5 links. Let's put this in another tab. I'm going to want to craft on that bad boy. Mike first says, you know a trick to getting an answer in global chat? Say something incorrect. Yeah, just say something like, Vol Orbs, reroll your maps. Your RNG this stream, slam it, says Oliver. Yeah, slam it with what? It's not even a regal. It's not even a regal yet. It's not even a rare. I've got 2 of these. I could upgrade it. I actually do have some orbs of alteration now. Oh. Remember earlier when I said, what was it, that we were farming the strand, and I was like, no, we're going to have a 5 link drop for us. Yeah, we had one. There we go. That feels good. Feels good to have that drop. I guess I want to quality it. I guess I'll want to scour it and then quality it. And then what would I want? I would want... I could transmute an alteration spam it to try to get life. And then we could regal it. And then chaos spam it with like our 4 chaos. That's really good. Okay. I feel like our damage is actually pretty good right now, though, even on the 4 link. Like, our damage is fine. Cowsad says, can you tell Ethan how to send pastebin from the website again? Yes. So what you'll need to do, Ethan, is just go take a look at your PoE account. So your PoE account should be... Here, I'll post mine down below in the chat. My PoE character profile. Take a look at that. Look at that link in chat. Your account name should be the same thing. It should be the same URL. You just change the name from Steel Draconis, which is my account name, to whatever account name it is that you're using, right? Please don't share your account name in chat. I don't want anybody to to get frisky with your account name. Wait, I have the black flame. I have the black flag. What's the deal? I lit the beacon. What's the... Thank you. There we go. Man, this game. This playthrough has not been liking me. I've been seeing some bugs here today. Yeah, so take that URL, put in your account name as the last thing. So instead of Steel Draconis, put in your account name. And then you'll need to make sure that your account name or your characters are viewable to the public. So make sure that you can do that. And then once you do that, you can send me a PM with your URL, your account URL. Send me a PM on Discord. And we'll add your character into the queue for the different builds that we'll take a look at. Hopefully that'll help. All right, what do we want to do here? We'll eventually need to go kill Puppet Mistress and Aberath. Maybe I should try those guys before I kill Brine King. Maybe I should hit another level or two here. See, that's the other thing. If I swap off of this chess piece, I'm going to lose 71 life. Like, that's a lot of life. What do I lose? It's only 100. It's only 100 life. It's actually not that much. It's because I just don't have that much percentage life yet. So it's not that much. So we could go Arctic Armor. Yeah, that's what I should be doing anyway. We should be going Arctic Armor. Contains mirrored items, explodes. Okay, so let's touch it and run. Put down a decoy totem. Look at all those frostbolts. Man, these guys are paranoid. These frostbolt guys. Firing all over the place. Imagine if these guys were recoded to have GMP. How many frostbolts there would be. I feel like even with the reduced cast speed, there's already just like screen full. The screen gets filled with frostballs. Which, speaking of which, I've never understood why it's been called frostbolt and not frostball. Like, it's in the shape of a ball. It's not really what you think of when you think of a bolt. Then again, if I had my way, I would rename Frost Blades to like Snowball or Snow Attack. I just feel like it's you throwing your sword out and like shaking off snow off of your stick at somebody. I guess that's what I get as a kid who grew up around snow. Did you guys grow up around snow? When you were a kid, did you have snow? Because, I mean, back in my day, I had to walk uphill both ways through snow to get to school. I know you guys didn't. You guys got it easy because you're all filthy fork knifers and millennials. But maybe you grew up with snow. Maybe you're like me and you grew up with snow, and that's all right. If that's the case, you're not so bad. Oh, gosh. Am I dead? No. Whew. That was a really bad... That was a real bad pack to jump into. Let's just jump in the pack of like 50 different frostbolts. That sounds like a great idea. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. I actually lost all of my zombies. Oof. It's kind of spooky. Lost all my zombies, lost one specter. That was a spooky pack there. Alright, let's get these guys back up. No? Alright, let's do this. Slave driver. There we go. And weapon swap back. Get purity going. There we go. Away we go. Carrying golem up. Away we go. Whoa, that hurt. See what I'm saying? These guys actually hurt, man. Those stone golems, they're not to be trifled with. Trifle, that's another great word. Trifle and yonder. Today's stream is brought to you by the word trifle and yonder. Alright, should we try Brine King? Let's try Brine King. If I go kill Aberrath and Puppet Mistress, that gives me 2 more passives. That gives me 10% more life. And I'm going to want to set up an Arctic Armor. We're not going to kill Brine King yet. We're not going to kill Brine King yet. Brine King, you and I have a dinner date, but not yet. Alright, here's Arctic Armor, which that's a 25% reservation. So... I still have plenty of mana to cast everything. This is great. And I'm still regenning mana, and I don't even have clarity on. This is great. Okay. What's my defenses? Up to 39%. With less fire and less physical. Alright, that's good. That's good. So let's get stationary and then just not get hit. That's going to be our goal. Get stationary, don't get hit. Up to 43%. I still don't have a flippin' granite flask. That's kind of frustrating. Whew. Cowsad says, never seen it to this day. It's always hot here in the Caribbean. Timon says, I live in Florida, as far away from snow as possible. Mike Furr says, grew up in snow, never lived further south than northern Idaho. That's fair. Jliu says, I cannot generate a pastebin URL for some reason. Is there any other way to share my character for the review? You can take the URL of your account. Take your account, take your URL, share that. So, just like what I showed up in earlier in chat or down below in the video description, you can go and take a look at my profile, which the last name there at the end of the URL is Steel Draconis. That's my account name. Just plug in your account name into that same URL, and it'll come up with your profile. So just pull up your profile, make sure that your characters are set to public, and then send me that URL. I'll be able to take a look at your character from there. Test Seeker says, I'm a true softcore player. I have not died to Brine King like once. Really? You've never died to Brine King? Okay. You're a better player than me, man. I've died to Brine King. I hope I'm not going to die to Brine King today, but I'm not going to say I've never died to Brine King. I've died to him frequently. Both in softcore and in hardcore. I've lost characters to him before. Oak says, it's snowing here today. Hey, there you go. Nice. Mike says, it could snow here today for sure. There you go. See, some of us live in places where it's beautiful outside and it's tropical, and some of us live in places where it could snow today. It's amazing what the internet can do for human communication. All right, I'm going to focus for a moment because this is a chaos-based boss, and we could lose our character here. So let's see if that happens. This is my focused face, by the way. This is me sitting forward, leaning in, really paying attention here. And I'm also constantly moving, so I'm not getting the bonus from Arctic Armor, so I'm sure that's good. Where's the decoy totem? Get out there, decoy totem. She's almost dead. No, attack her! Did you see that? Like, 3 of the zombies were not attacking at all. There we go. Down she goes. Whew! Like, fellas, what are you doing? They were just standing there, kind of hanging out. Hey, master, did you have a job for us today? Yeah, I do. Kill the puppet mistress. I mean, if that's not too much trouble for you. All right. No, we still want this. Yeah, we still want this. What's the major? The major here is Brine King. Yeah, the major here is Brine King. Okay. Oh, there's another Nico. Let's go grab the other Nico in here. Let's grab one more Nico. Here it is. Ta-da, one more Nico. A little bit more XP. Oh, Test Seeker clarifies. No, other way around. I die every time but once. Okay, thank you, Test Seeker. I was like, man, if you've never died to Brine King, kudos to you. It's impressive. Alright, let's identify this. Is there any reason why I would want I'm going to get in trouble. Zandethis' Cassock. Is there any reason why I would want this? Chaos resistance? I mean, I am a block build. And it's got a lot of chaos resistance. But other than that, I don't think I want it. I think I want the alchemy orbs more. Okay. What else do I want to do here? I actually have a lot of chromes that I'm sitting on now. So I actually could try to roll some of this stuff. Let's go kill Aberath. Cloven one, and then Brine King. Alright, let's go kill Aberath, and then we'll go... Right? And we'll go kill Brine King. Is there any other way that I can stall killing Brine King? Or fighting and dying to Brine King? Man, that gives no HP. That's terrible. Combat stamina might not be bad for us. It's a lot of armor. Maybe I anoint that? No, I think I'm going to anoint the block over here. Where is it? Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab this. 40% increased defenses from equipped shield. Block projectile, block attack, and then block spell. I think that's what I'm gonna try to farm for. Whoops. I'm out here in the wild. What am I doing looking at my passive tree? I'm very glad I didn't just lose a character. I'll just sit here and take a look at my passive tree. This is what happens when you get old and you focus for like 5 minutes on a boss fight. Your entire brain shuts down afterwards. It's like, oh, you had to focus for 5 minutes? How about if we go take a nap in the Lazy Boy and we watch Dan Rather on the CBS? Well, I should be using Purity of Fire, shouldn't I? Give myself additional fire resistance. Maximum fire resistance. Yeah, I probably should have. But maybe we'll be okay. We should be okay. If I mechanically play this right, he should never attack me. And if I mechanically play this right, I should never be standing in the fire. Alright, we successfully did not stand in the fire. Whew! Maybe roll a better insta-heal flask before Brine King, says Mike. That's not a bad idea. A better flask is a pretty good idea. Alright. Down goes Aberath. Another 5% life. We're almost up to 2,500 life. Could I get a better shield? That's actually a pretty decently rolled shield for right now. Could I get a better ring? I mean, really, there's nothing on that ring. Like, the cast speed is about the only thing that's useful there. So maybe a better ring. Cold and lightning. That ring's got a lot of cold on it as well. Oh, move speed. Move speed on the flask is really nice. Vestal, do you have any instant life flasks already on you, man? No. I don't think I have any instant life flasks. I do, but it's not good. Alright, let's go check our menagerie. Let's go see if I've got anything over there. That's, again, good for an attack-based build. Alright, good job, Ethan. Glad to see you join, man. We will add your build into the queue. Alright, let's check out our recipes. I have no recipes. Thanks, Einhar. Bye, Einhar. I guess we could just try this. We could just try this. It's only a level 50 zone. What am I crying about? Right? It's level 50. I'm level 54. Come on. I've got some okay-ish gear. I really wish I had a granite flask. Like, the granite flask in 3,000 flat armor would just be like, oh, don't care about anything. I got 408 temporary shield through Molten Shell. That's what we're looking at through Molten Shell right now. Nope, that's not him. Come here, Brian King. You fat secretion. I'm sorry. That's not very kind to me. He's not choosing his own weight. He has a problem. He eats mermaids. Or he eats the townspeople of Lion Eye's Watch. It's not something he can help. He's an addict. He needs an intervention. I'm still not using Pride, but that's okay. I can't yet anyway. I have to be using Purity Elements just to be at where I'm at. He's going to be over here somewhere. All right, here we go. We all know the rules. You can portal back to town, but you may not Alt F4 unless you have like some kind of massive lag fest. Other than that, if you die, you die. All right, here we go. Let's get the 15-minute dialogue over. Ethan says, is there a specific time you look at builds? Yeah, I send you a PM on Discord. And then, as is right next to my name, we look at builds whenever it is that either I rip a character or we beat an act. So hopefully over the next 10 minutes or so, we should be looking at some builds. He may just kill my zombies. I'm going to have a portal up just in case. Yeah, he may just straight up kill the zombies because the zombies might derp into the ocean. Stay close to me, guys. I don't need you derping in the ocean right now. Stay with me. All right, pop Molten Shell during the call for the extra HP. Oof, that hurt. Okay, watch that. Decoy Totem. Decoy Totem. I lost the Spectre. Go stationary. Get Fortify. We should be good. We should be good. Yeah, we're good. We lost both Spectres. Whew. We lost both Spectres, but down goes Brine King. I think the lightning hit us for what? About 200 damage? So, we were fine. We were fine. Alright, let's go check out Sin. Grab our first major god. Oh man, am I going to go all the way down on the passive tree and grab Soul of Steel and Unwavering Stance? Probably not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12 passive points. Then again, what the heck else am I going to use these passive points on? Cluster Jewels. If I go for Cluster Jewels, I'm going over here for Cluster Jewels. Grabbing the 4% or the 8% armor. I may get rid of this 6 passive points. And we've already said we're probably going to get rid of these passive points once we come up through the Witch. Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, this passive's already going to be here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. But I have to come out of the Witch anyway if I elect the Witch starting spot. Which I don't have to. I don't have to elect to go out of the Witch. All right, we'll look more at that in a second. All right, away we go. Let's make it to the bridge encampment, and then let's boot up your POBs and start taking a look at a couple of POBs to help you guys out as we are able. All right, we are going to take a look in the order that these came in. So, Zuka, we are about to take a look at your build. Zuka says, looking to get more damage that I'm lacking. My survivability is feeling fine. All right, so we're going to take a look at Zuka's. So, Zuka, if you are there, give us a shout out in chat. Let us know that you are there. And we're going to start taking a look through some of these passives on the skill tree for your POB. Alrighty then. So we've successfully made it to the way camp. Yep, we made it. Yep, we made it. Alright, now that we made it, close out a PoE, open up POB. Alright, so Zuka, it looks like you are playing a Juggernaut. Hey, I like it already. Zuka, big fan already of your build. Big fan. When there is a Juggernaut, I just got to say I like it. I like me some Juggernaut. That's just the reality of it. Like me some Juggernaut. All right, so let's take a look. What do you got going on here? You've got Unbreakable. Oh, wait a second. My boss just texted me. Uh-oh. Let's check this real quick. Okay, interesting. Awesome. All right, so first off, Zuka's got Unbreakable. He's got Unflinching, which gives him a maximum endurance charge. Also, 25% chance that if you would gain an endurance charge, you instead gain your maximum number of endurance charges, which is, I love that. Unrelenting, which gives you 1% additional physical damage reduction per endurance charge, and 8% reduced elemental damage taken while at maximum endurance charges, which it's always your goal as a Juggernaut to be sitting at maximum endurance charges, and 4% to chaos resistance per endurance charges, which is nice. Okay. Undeniable, which gives you 1,000 accuracy rating, 1% increased attack speed per 200 accuracy. Okay, then a bunch of crit stuff, conditional crit stuff. And then you gain accuracy equal to your strength. Okay, nice. So that's your ascendancy. What sorts of skills are you using? Are you a Molten Strike boy? Or Molten Shell boy? Molten Strike? Yeah, you are a Molten Strike. Okay. You're a Molten Strike boy. That makes sense. Because you should play Molten Strike if you can. If you haven't played Molten Strike, by the way, at least once as a Juggernaut in your Path of Exile history of playthrough, you should. It's fun. Incredibly tanky build. Alright, so you got Molten Strike, Fire Pen, Ele Focus, Conk Effect, Multi-Strike, Elemental Damage. And you're looking to get more damage that you're lacking. Yes, your survivability is fine. Yeah, with 6,000 total life, and how many endurance charges do you have right now? You got 1 additional, 2 additional, 3 additional. You've got 3 additional endurance charges. Are you using any of Comb's rings? Yeah, you're using one of them, so that's 4. So you've got 7 endurance charges. 7 times 4, I can't do math. 28, so that's 28% chaos resistance. Yeah, look at that. Your chaos resistance is 60 positive. Like, you're getting a bunch of stuff from this. Okay, you're using double Nebulox. That makes sense. Let's see what else you're using. Huh. Oh, nice. Wildfire with 1% reduced mana on it? Dude. That's really good. You're using a lore weave for your chest piece. Okay. That's kind of interesting. I think instead of a lore weave, I would I think I would want to go explodey chest and maybe go crit. I think that's what I might want to do. Go with an influence chest. Go with attacks. Attacks have additional crit. And then go with enemies killed by you explode. It might be what I would want to try to do. Which, by the way, that would improve your damage significantly. Alright, your gloves are Tomb Fist. Good. Good. Abyssal is good. What's your crit chance? Yeah, your effective crit chance is only 8%. Are you going Elemental Overload? Yeah, you are. Okay, you need to be using a Diamond Flask. Well, let's do some math here really quick. Okay, so you attack 5.3 attacks per second. So what is that? Let's think about this. Over the course of 8 seconds, how many attacks is that? 40 attacks? 100 divided by 8. Okay. So every 12 attacks. So every 2 seconds or so. 2.5 seconds? Yep. So every 2.5 seconds you should be critting. Okay. So you're doing enough to activate... Barely. You're doing enough to activate Elemental Overload. Well, how many projectiles do you have, actually? Okay, you are using a Dying Sun. Are you using GMP or LMP on here? No, just multi-strike. Okay, so one thing that you can do right off the bat, Zuka, is you may want to think about putting in Ancestral Call support into this setup. It gives you a lot more balls that actually all will fire out at the same time. So let's see if I can pull this up really quick. Do I still have my Juggernaut? Let's see if I have my Juggernaut on standard. I probably don't. He's probably... Did I swap him over? We're going to find out. He's probably naked. Oftentimes I strip my characters in standard, so if I want to test something out, I can. So we're going to illustrate this for you guys real quick here. Oh, look at that. He's got a Grellwood Shank on him. Okay, so he's already using Molten Strike with Ancestral Call. All right, so this is perfect. So when I go out here... to the Twilight Strand. Alright, if I am not using Ancestral Call support, this is what my attacks look like. Not hitting anything, right? Hitting something, there's the balls coming out, right? This slot is supposed to be Dying Sun, by the way. Alright, so you can see. Boom. Stuff. A couple of balls are coming out, right? A couple of balls. If I put in Ancestral Call support, see how I'm hitting everybody? Just a bunch more balls, right? Just a bunch more. Hit the entire pack. Take out Ancestral Call. I hit the one guy. One guy, right? One guy, right? Put in Ancestral Call. The only thing I've done is change one gem link. Clear the entire screen, right? Hit everything. Now, each one of those balls, by the way, counts as a hit. Okay? Counts as a hit. That matters a whole bunch. Okay? Because in order to activate... Where is it? In order to activate this guy, you need to crit, right? So, each one of those balls has a chance of critting. So, essentially, by adding Ancestral Call support, which summons 2 additional strike guys to hit, that's 3 additional balls, or however many balls it is. That's going to come from those guys based on your Dying Sun and based on all of the additional projectiles that you get. Like right now I'm using the Grellwood Shank, which is 2 additional projectiles. It's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. It gives you massive coverage, greatly increases the damage, because as you are pumping out more attacks, each one of those balls counts as an independent damage source. Like each and every single ball counts as a damage source. So Fire Pen... I might take that out and go Ancestral Call. That's what I might do. Again, your numbers might go down. Whoops. Your numbers might go down by swapping that out from fire support. It's not going to matter, though. Your actual coverage and actual damage and actual quality of life is going to go way up. And in scenarios like delving, as you're delving, you can actually use that to your advantage by standing in like the middle of some place and using, where is it? Using the function to always attack without moving. And you can just stand here and spam your attack. And as long as there's anything that any one of your Ancestral Calls would hit, all of them go off. Okay? All of them. So it's incredibly powerful. It's like the single greatest boost in DPS coverage. Like, because it acts as a multiplier, because the number of balls that each do damage that are all getting based off of Elemental Focus, Conk Effect, Multi-Strike, Elemental Damage with attacks. Every single ball that fires off of Molten Strike, you're getting now 2 additional strike guys that all can overlap and all can hit the same thing. So you just end up melting stuff. So that's the biggest change that I would make for your damage. Also, if you don't want to use Nebulox, you can use Nebulox, and they're really, really good. They're really, really strong. Don't hear what I'm not saying. Okay, don't come away from this going, gee, Iron told me Nebulocks aren't good for Molten Strength. No, they're really good. But you can use Grellwood Shanks, and it's 2 additional projectiles and point blank. Which on your tree, did you come down to grab point blank? Yeah, look at this. You did. And look at how many passive points it costs you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, sure, you're grabbing this over here. But is there another jewel socket that you could grab for less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is that 7 points? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 7 points. Is there another jewel socket you could grab for less than 7 points? Sure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 points. Sure, up here, 1, 2, 3, 4 points. What about coming down here? 1, 2, 3 points. Yeah, that's 3 points away. Like, so that's already a couple of changes. That's going to save you some more passive points. Now, granted, that would require you to swap weapons. But that would be an option. Cowsad, you could go Brutus's Lead Sprinkler, but his strength and what he's got right now just isn't enough to really justify that. He's got 491 strength. It's not going to be enough to justify that amount of damage for that swap. Okay, that is our first POB that we were going to take a look at today. Our second POB that we're going to take a look at today is from SlammDunk. So let's pull up his POB here. He says, hey G3, submitting my POB for review, my off-meta creation Agony Crawler Jugg 2.0. There is additional info in the notes section. Thanks in advance if you get a chance to look over it. Oh, whoops, I need to go back to a new build. There we go. All right. So let's come take a look at SlammDunk's build. What are his notes? Decided to make a variation of Herald of Agony Juggernaut from scratch. This was my 3.10 League starter and still rocking it against Cirrus at Awakener level 8. Questions. Should I use the Brass Dome or Comb's Heart? And should I use Cyclone or Barrage or Stormbrand versus Rain of Arrows for Virulence? And what changes would you make to adapt the build to Hardcore Trade League? There's a second tree, Hardcore, with a bit more life. All right, so let's take a look. What do you have set up right now? You've got Brass Dome set up. Your total life is 7,600. Your total armor is 50,000. Please tell me you're using Vol Molten Shell. Yeah, you are. Okay, good. I was going to say, Dunk, if you didn't have Molten Shell on here, whew, up to a maximum of 30,000. Yeah, that's a lot of temp HP. All right, so if we swap off Brass Dome and go Comb's Heart, we lose about 4,000 armor. No, I'm sorry. Did I say 4,000? I meant 40,000. We lose about 40,000 armor. That being said, you're still fizz damage capped. Like, you're still fizz damage capped with Comb's Heart. The trick is that you're not going to be on a 6 link anymore if you use Comb's Heart. But your HP goes up above 9k. Now, really quick debate point on this between Brass Dome versus Comb's Heart. The guy who taught me most of what I know in Path of Exile and who introduced me to Path of Exile, Beckett the Hymnist. Almost every hardcore league that we play together, he goes for Brass Dome. He loves the amount of armor that it provides. I am of the opinion that once you get to your physical damage reduction cap, even if you're using Molten Shell, Comb's Heart gives you a bigger EHP pool than the amount of damage that armor is going to reduce for you. If you're constantly relying on Vol Molten Shell and you want to level it to its maximum, okay, I guess that's fair. But at 9.4 thousand life, you should survive. That's not like a, you should survive this content or that content, but watch out for this. You should survive. With 9.4 thousand life, You should survive. There's a few things that are going to kill you, right? There's Delirium. There's Delirium bosses. There's Simulacrum if you get unlucky with crit multi. But even then, where is it on the tree that's reduction against crits? It's over here. Sanctum of Thought. You take 20% reduced extra damage from hits. So you could grab that instead of grabbing, where is it? Instead of grabbing Brass Dome. Like, here's the thing with Brass Dome. You get so much armor that it's like, okay, you take the extra critical strike, but does that really matter, right? If it's a physical critical strike, it's not going to matter. You have so much armor and so much physical damage mitigation, and you got so much extra HP through Vault Molten Strike. At 7.6k HP, you're going to survive that. You're going to survive that. So I personally am not that big of a fan of Brass Dome. That's me. But it allows you to have a 6-link. Combs isn't going to let you do that. Which maybe you're not even needing to use that because you have an amazing helmet anyway. +3 to level of socketed minion gems. Socketed gems are supported by level 18 minion damage. Is that where your Agony Crawler is? Yeah, he's in your helmet, so you don't even need a 6-link anyway. Yeah, you don't need a 6-link anyway. Yeah, you're fine. I like the Awaken Vicious Projectiles. I'm not so sure about Pierce. This is one that I'm not so sure about. Yeah, I think maybe Empower would be another option here. I guess Pierce is really nice for the clear speed as well as for the more projectile damage. And then damage on full life is just going to be the best percentage amount that you're going to get. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, next question. Going on over to the notes. So my personal preference, here's the short answer. My personal preference on this one is Combs Heart. Other people are going to say Brass Dome, and that's it. I don't think there's a right answer here. I think it's personal preference, whether or not you want a bigger effective HP pool or you want a 6-link and just massive amounts of armor. All right, Cyclone or Barrage or Stormbrand or Rain of Arrows for Virulence. I think it depends. I think it depends on your playstyle. So if you want to use Cyclone, and that's also how you want to activate your Fortify, I think that's fine. Cyclone is going to put you in harm's way more often than not because you need to be hitting stuff. So just be aware of that if you go with Cyclone. If you go Barrage or Stormbrand or Rain of Arrows, all of those are strong options. For me, on my Herald of Agony Crawler guy, just so that way, again, you've got some perspective of where I usually play this. Let's see if this character is still there. Let's see if I pulled this character apart. Where is she? Did I pull her apart? So many of my characters in Standard are naked, and they need to be naked so that way I can test different things out, but... yeah, she's naked. That's a bummer. Okay, so here's the setup that I like to do. Where is it? Do I even have that bow still sitting around? When I play Herald of Agony Crawler, oftentimes I go for bows. Where is my bow? That's not it. Where's my bow? There's my bow. That's one of them. So I go for level stacking on bows, which granted this is a synthesized bow. You don't have to go for this. But I'll go for a bow setup, and then I will use Rain of Arrows, and I will actually use Projectile Weakness because Projectile Weakness has a chance to knock back. I believe is what it is. Yeah, here you go. Close this down. So I'll often use projectile weakness because cursed enemies take increased damage from projectile hits, which remember, whenever enemies take increased damage, that acts as a more multiplier. And then cursed enemies take increased damage from projectile enemies, and then hits on cursed enemies have an additional 25% chance to knockback. So it's really nice as a defensive setup. Depending on the spectrum of play that you want to play, is to go in between either Cyclone, which is, hey, I'm going to get in the middle of it. I always want to have Fortify. I always want to not be stunned, right? Because while you're channeling using Cyclone, for some reason, Cyclone is just a special skill that you're immune to getting stunned from. Or you can go with like a bow setup, right? And still get a whole bunch of levels. You're not going to get quite as many levels as you're getting from your Cold Iron points. You're getting, what, 2? So yeah, that's plus 6 levels. Right, to all of your physical spell gems, which that's plus 6 levels to your Herald of Agony Crawler. So what is it at right now? It's 21 plus 6 right away, so it's already 27, let alone with anything else on there. Oh, and then you've got it socket in a plus 3 helm. So it's level 30 Herald of Agony Crawler, which I think mine with Empower gets up to like 31 or 32 on my synthesized bow. So the point is you're getting like top end levels of top end breakpoints of levels with the Cold Iron points. That's really, really strong. But the question is how do you want to play it? If you want to play with Rain of Arrows and specifically with projectile weakness to knock stuff away from you, to keep things away from you, that's, in my opinion, it's a more viable hardcore setup. It keeps things away from you, and your crawler is just shooting stuff, and it helps amplify your crawler. But again, that's a big swap in your gameplay style. You're going to lose a lot of levels on your Herald of Agony Crawler if you're not using the Cold Iron point. You're going to have to find a way to fix that. You can just go with a bow, and it doesn't have to be a synthesized bow. You can get a bow with plus 1 socketed gems, and then multi-mod the craft on there, plus 2 to socketed supports, and then go with a Empower level 4. And it's already, what, plus 2 levels from the multi-mod, plus 1 from socketed. So it's a plus 6 levels from your Empower at Empower level 4. So there's all of your levels from Cold Iron point put into your shield, put into your bow. So, SlammDunk, hopefully that is a few ideas of what you can do with your build. Hopefully that's a few. Okay, BVB Darkness, we are about to feature your build. And then I wanted to let a couple other people know, Jliu, you're going to be up for when my character next rips or when we next beat the next act. Easy Ease, you will as well, and Cowsad, you will as well. So we're getting through 3 POBs, basically, every single time we look at everybody's POBs. So thanks, everybody, for bearing with me, for your patience. Uh-oh. Here we go. That link no longer works. Let's try this link. So BVB Darkness, we are taking a look at your build now, mate. All right, this is a champion build? What? Wait. This is not a champion. This is a Berzerker, my man. Did I grab the right build? Well, this is the build that we got. So that's the build we're going to look at. Pure says she's naked. That's a bummer. Only in PoE. Lamau. Come on, man. Having no items is a sad thing in PoE. That's a terrible thing. All right, so BVB. Let's take a look here at your Berzerker. So your Berzerker is going with Crave the Slaughter for Rage, and then Rite of Ruin. And then Flawless Savagery. And then Blitz. Okay. It's interesting to see Berzerkers. I just have to wrap my head around Berzerkers not taking Aspect of Carnage. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means I'm dated and I'm old and I'm used to Berzerkers. Like, this is the reason why you play Berzerker. And it's not anymore. Lots of other reasons to play Berzerker. All right, I'm going to start telling people, though, that you guys have to include, like, what it is that you want us to do with your POB. Don't just send me your paste bin and say, hey, Iron, can you take a look? I can take a look, but I'm not sure what you're aiming for, what you're hoping to improve in your gameplay. So if you've got something that you'd like for us to take a look at specifically in your POB, let me know. All right, so for bandits, you've got Alira. Your main skill is Frost Blades. That's operating on a 6 link. You've got Frost Blades, Cold Pen, Ruthless, Multi-Strike. Okay, that's locking you in place. Just be aware. Elemental damage with attacks, and Hypothermia. Hatred and Herald of Ice, along with Flesh and Stone and Enlighten. Alright. Berserk, is this just there so that way you can activate some additional rage? Is that all that's there for? Yeah, so this is once you're at rage. This is your bossing skill to just buff yourself. Okay. This is basically like a reverse Warcry. Instead of Warcrying to start the fight, you're like, hey, I have a bunch of rage, and now I have Berserk to give myself a bigger buff. The timing of it is just a little bit different than a Warcry. Okay, why do you have Withering Step for Elusive? That's interesting. You might be the first Berzerker who's using Withering Step, or maybe I'm just totally out of it. Remember to send me a PM with your requests, guys, on Discord. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to keep track. Because, please don't blame me because I'm a boomer. Blame me because I can't keep track, because everybody's names on Discord is different from their names on YouTube, which is different from their names in game. So I won't be able to keep track. If you're Bob on YouTube and you're Jimmy on Discord, and then your character name is like XX Flex Master, I won't be able to go, oh, that's who that is on 3 different platforms. I'll lose track of who you are. I'm sorry. All right, so you got Vol Molten Shell, Ancestral Protector, and Vol Grace. All right, so he says, here's my POB. If you have time to take a look at it on stream, it would be great. I was looking to try to get a little bit more sustain. Okay, a little bit more sustain is the degen from Berzerker keeps killing me because of PS4 lag. Most of the gear I've crafted, so there's a few things that are a little iffy. Okay. What's your life leech? Why don't I see you leeching anything, my man? XX Flex Master would be a great name. It would be. Go claim it. And then use it on every platform you're on rather than changing your name on every platform. Oh, man. No, I'm guilty of that too. I'm one name on Steam sometimes and then another name in game and then another name elsewhere. Yeah, no, I'm guilty of that too. Sometimes we feel like a name change is needed. Okay, so one thing that needs to happen here is you need to pick up some life leech. Yeah, I don't think... I mean, no wonder why you're dying a whole bunch. Like... This needs to get capped right here. Cold resist. You need to cap this. Chaos resistance needs to come up as well. So you're way over cap on fire resistance. But then you also need to grab some life leech. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. You're just going to kill yourself off of your regen. All right, so this is going to be a little bit of life leech. Yeah, that's leech mana. Since you already don't have any regen, I might even go Vol Pact. I might come down here and go into there. What are you? You're level 100? Why is your character level 100? I don't believe that your character is level 100. Is your character level 100? Maybe it is. If your character got to level 100 or level 90 something with this amount of regen and like no life, no wonder why. Like, take a look at this now. Now your life leech on hit rate is 2,400. That's going to be enough to help you counteract your degen. Like, even just coming down to life leech is going to give you 1,200. But I would go to Volpack because your life leech isn't doing it. Your life regen isn't doing anything for you anyway. You have no regen on the tree. What do you have? You've got Warrior's Blood, 1.8%. And Mastery Arena, you have 2.8% life regen. That's not enough to say, oh, I shouldn't go Volpact. I would go Volpact, and then with just those 3 nodes, what? 4 nodes? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, with those 4 nodes. Take a look at that. Take a look at that with those 4 nodes and see if that improves your build. BVB. Okay. That was 3 different POBs that we just took a look at in like, what, 20 minutes? So what we're going to do now is we're going to boot up PoE again. I'm going to grab a drink, and while I'm grabbing a drink, I'm going to play for you guys a very, very special old clip from our channel. A very, very special old video. Do you guys want to see an old video with a beard or without a beard? Oh man, some of these are just ridiculously old. Yeah, some of these are absolutely ridiculously old. Here we go. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. We're going to do this one. All right, so this is a video. This is a bald, unbearded G3 iron. A bald, unbearded G3 iron that we're going to take a look at. And I'm going to grab a drink, and you guys are going to hear about having fun in Rayclast. I'm going to make sure that we're turned all the way up.
Everybody,
and there you go.
This is Jacob from G3 here. I just saw this post in the Path of Exile subreddit.
Iron, my man. Got to learn to kill your music sometimes. My apologies. Whew. Chair instead of hair, says Scott. There you go. Oh, man. It's pretty funny. All right, so let's get back to the hardcore solo self-found. Oh, man. Yeah, that was an important message on making sure that you have fun when you play video games. Don't forget to have fun. Goodness gracious. Don't forget that. Hey, Zuka, you just got back and you missed your own build. No worries. You can always check the VOD. Always go back and check the VOD, my man. All right, let's go D&D. I am back with beverage and snack. Alex says, G3 Iron, do you feel naked when you are bald and have no beard when you recorded that video? You know, if you guys are familiar with Napoleon Dynamite, there's a scene in Napoleon Dynamite where one of the characters just shaves his head and they're like, why did you shave your head? And he's like, because I got hot. That is a general sentiment that I can very much relate to. There are times where you just get hot and you need to shave your head, get rid of whatever crud is on your face, and just cleanse, as it were. Okay, now did I want to swap these guys over to Blood Magic? I remember a 5-link dropped and we were debating that. So we've got a 5-link. I got to get back into SSF mode. Get out of POB warrior mode. So we had a 5-link drop for us. Oh yeah, we had an exalted drop for us today too. Welcome, by the way. If you are just joining us today, welcome, welcome. It is great to have you here. I am so glad you have joined us for today's hardcore solo self-found stream. We found an exalt today that dropped for us. I have no idea what we're going to use it on here in solo self-found. We also had a 5-link drop for us, which I'm pretty sure I want to craft on this. I'm pretty sure I don't want to keep it as is. But it is a 5-link. That would be a big power boost. It's got the right colors for what we're looking for as well. That green socket, I could put an impale support in for my zombies. And that would be our 5th link. Or I could even use some of these 37 chromatics to reroll, to try to get this into a 2 blue or 3 blue and 2 or 3 red. Then I would want to swap these boots over, or swap these specters over to being Blood Magic Specters with the Frenzy Charge Chieftains from Act 2. I think that's what I want to do. But this chest piece is 200 more armor than what this is, and it's 71 more life. So right now, as soon as I take this off, I lose 140 life. Cowsad says, G3, do them a solid and put the players' builds you review inside the comments. Cowsad, that is a fantastic idea. That is a fantastic idea, actually. That's a really high quality idea. I like that. So we're going to add that in here. I'm going to add that into the video description. Hey, what's up, Jacob? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you today. So this is about 180 HP. Oh, it's also lightning resist. I need the lightning resist. So I think for now, actually, I think I'm going to keep this. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think we want to keep this configuration right now. Let's try to... I really should be trying to get a better ring. Let's try to get a better ring that actually has some naturally rolled resistances on it, like a 2-stone ring with naturally rolled resistances, or maybe some 2-tone boots. Because right now these boots only exist for me because they're a 4-link blue. Once I swap off of slave drivers, that won't matter anymore. All right, let's go summon our specters. Oh, and this was the game, by the way. I promised you guys earlier in the stream that we would have a game today, a game to play. And now is the best time to do this, I feel like. Now is the time of the stream that is the best time to do this sort of game. So a lot of people like asking questions, either to me or about me. So, if you've got questions that you would like to ask, feel free to ask them. But one particular question that I often get is, hey G3 Iron, what do you do? Like what sort of work do you do? Or what sort of things do you enjoy doing outside of playing PoE? Those are some commonly asked questions. So, if you've got a question that you would like to ask... Whoops, I don't want slave catchers, I want slave drivers. There we go. If you've got a question you would like to ask, feel free to drop that in the comment section, and I will do my best to read it and to try to get you an answer back. But here's the reason why it's a game. You have to ask the question as a yes or no question. So we're playing yes or no. You got to ask the question as a yes or no question. So for instance, you could say, G3 Iron, do you like to skateboard? That would be a yes or no question. That would be an acceptable form of a question. If you asked me, for instance, hey G3 Iron, why do you like to skateboard? Or why don't you like to skateboard? That would be an appropriate follow-up question, but it would not be a good introductory question. You've got to ask a yes or no question. And I will do my best to get you a truthful answer to the question. As truthful as I can be. So that is the game for the second portion of the stream, back from our bathroom bio and beverage break. Mike Furr, G3 Iron, are you serious? No. That's a good yes or no question. Are you serious? The answer is no. Jacob says, I know it's SSF, but I'm lucky I dropped a profane proxy ring, and I follow K's build as well. This ring is so OP for elemental weakness. Yeah, that is. That sounds fantastic. Man. Scott says, what's your favorite color? Oh, it's got to be a yes or no, Scott. You got to ask it as a yes or no. I was trying to think of some kind of creative, ingenious name for this game, but I think the best name for it is just yes or no. Let's play some yes or no. You could call it like Binary Blitz. It's not quite Truth or Dare. There we go, Silver Locket. Pure says, do you think you can get past Kitava on this playthrough? Oh, absolutely not. No. No. I think we would be moving at about our clip a little bit faster than our clip of what we've been averaging so far, if we actually can take down all of Act 7 right now. If we can take down all of Act 7, get to Act 8, maybe we could ascend and fight Azaro. Maybe, but I think that's about the furthest we're going to make it in this playthrough, if we don't die. If we die, then maybe Merveil. Maybe not even, though, right? Because we'll look at some more POBs if we die. So... Alright, so we got the silver locket here. Away we go to the crossroads. Laukon says, did your boss text you about cluster jewels? No. That's a great question, Laukon. Scott says, do you think that you'll be mostly reading chat for the next 3 hours now? No. I think I still have to pay attention a little bit to the game. If I'm not paying attention to the game, I think I'm not going to be reading chat at all. I'm just going to be staring at POBs and constantly playing through Act 1. So, oh man, I really want to do Alva Temples, but my Chaos Resistance is atrocious. I'm going to go inside an Alva Temple and just get shot by Chaos Spitters and be dead. I need to have Chaos Resistance before I go into Alva Temples. That is such a bummer because they are so lucrative. Oh, they're so lucrative. Cowsad says, do you think you and your family are going to be hardcore PoE players? Like, are my kids going to grow up and play it? No. I would say no, just because the general trend, so my answer would be no. I'd say the general trend amongst kids nowadays is that kids don't follow in their parents' footsteps. That's a general trend nowadays, right? So I wouldn't say that they're going to follow in my footsteps to play PoE, but I'm already teaching my kids both to appreciate RPGs. We play Dungeons and Dragons. Granted, it's heavily modified, but we play Dungeons and Dragons a bit. As a family, we also play Super Meat Boy, my little one, my boy who's going to be turning 5 soon. He loves Dungeons and Dragons, and he loves Super Meat Boy. So he loves himself some video games. And of course, during quarantine, he is especially loving all of the video games that he gets to play with Dad during extra special time with Dad. So he's absolutely loving it. My 8-year-old daughter, I think she actually has got a chance to play PoE. I think she would be the one who would be like, yeah, this looks cool. I want to do the things that you've done. But that's because she's still at an age where she's trying to emulate me and my wife. Eventually, she's going to grow out of that, and she's just going to go, I don't want to have any part with you guys. And that's probably sooner rather than later. So, no, I don't see them growing up and playing PoE. If anything, they'd be like, oh, that's the game Dad plays. Let's get far away from that game. But it would be kind of cool. It would be kind of cool if at some point in the future they were looking back and they were like, wait, how do I fight this, or how do I do this particular mechanic? And they're like, oh yeah, that's right. I can go check out Dad on YouTube and Dad will explain it to me. I think that would be pretty cool. That'd be a pretty cool Dad moment. Mike says, G3 Iron, are you going to play Wolcen again? Yes. Today is not the day, but yes, I will play Wolcen again. That's going to happen. I'm going to play Wolcen again. They're going to continue to improve it, and it's going to be a decent game. Jacob says, G3 Iron, have you got a PS4 console? No. I used to. Back when I was still doing gaming consulting work, I used to have a PlayStation 4. And it was fun. I enjoyed it. My favorite game on the PlayStation 4 was, I think it was Uncharted 4. It was like the title game that came with the PS4. It was like the bundle game. That was a really good game. I had never played an Uncharted game prior to that. That was fantastic. That game got me hooked. There was a summer where My wife and the kids were gone. They were visiting family. And I had the PS4 and Uncharted. And I did like 3 or 4 house projects. One of them was painting the interior of the house. Another was rearranging my kids' bedrooms and setting up new beds. And then my third house project was then playing Uncharted 4. And I basically just played through that game throughout the course of that week while they were gone. It was an excellent game. I was surprised at how much I enjoyed that game. Because I am generally not like story lore-driven guy. It's generally not what I like to do in my gameplay time. I generally like to be social in my gameplay time and play with other people. Use games to stay in touch with my friends. Or I'm pretty competitive and I want to use my gaming time to enact out competitive power fantasies. Like Path of Exile. Which is not necessarily competitive, but it's definitely a power fantasy. Alright, next question. Oliver says, if this character rips, will you be staying in SSF? Yes, if this character rips, we're going to go take a look at some more Path of Buildings. And then we will build another character. Who will not be this character, but we'll stay in SSF. I think SSF is sufficiently entertaining to stay in SSF. And I think I would want to stay in SSF Hardcore because, again, there is a level of challenge to this that makes the game somewhat competitive. Not competitive with other players, but competitive with myself. Trying to see when I need to make decisions to upgrade items. You know, whether to pull the trigger on crafting something like that 5-link. Am I going to die here? That was close. I was just kind of sitting there on the trap there for a second. Like, hey, how about if I squat and take a pop right here? I don't know. How about if you don't? Jeez. That was kind of spooky there for a minute. Serrated foil. Alright, there we go. How many of these do I need? I just need one more. And then we can ascend. Well, I have to wait until we get to Act 8 as well. But then we can ascend. Alright, follow-up says Scott. Do you think that the extra chat will add another layer of difficulty to the game during this? Scott, it depends on how distracting the questions are. how mentally challenging the yes or no questions are. That's an excellent question. Scott, if you keep asking top-notch questions like that, we're going to have you come up with the next video ideas. These are the top-notch discussion questions. Pure says, PoE is just so deep. If it wasn't for your guides, there's no way I'm playing this game. This is an incredibly deep and rich game. It can also be very overwhelming, right? Overwhelming is the term that we would use when PoE is at its worst. Rich and replayable is what we would say when PoE is at its best, right? I feel like I'm taking a lot of physical hits in here. Are you guys feeling that too? I feel like I'm taking hits. Didn't I say something about getting a determination once I could see Lily? I should get rid of Flesh and Stone and get rid of Arctic Armor and just go get determination. That might be a good idea. Again, if I had a granite flask, if I just had a granite flask, like, physical damage would not matter until I get to maps. Whoa. Maybe it's chaos damage. Maybe their scream is chaos damage. That could be. That's a 4-link chess piece. But it's kind of a crap base. I already have a 5-link of that same base. Alright. What else do I need to do in this room? Nothing. I need to go back and sell all my crap. Blasting Mouse says, why are you playing a build in hardcore that doesn't regen half its life per second? Mouse, because I'm not as dedicated to Pathfinder as you. That's why. And this isn't Trade League, right? I would imagine playing that build in SSF would be a nightmare. I would imagine. Getting to 10k mana and then regenning that amount. I mean, you've played it, Mouse. You got to let me know. What do you think? Oh, I need that bleed flask. I don't need a second. Yeah, there we go. I don't need a second flask over here. What I need is... I need my bleed flask or a burning flask. Yeah, I don't have a burning flask, do I? No, I don't. All right, let's dedicate 4 alterations to this. 1, 2. That's enduring. I might just want to keep that just straight up just to have it. Oh, man. Yeah. I feel like that's a relatively rare mod. All right, here we go. We're going to go back over here. Hallowed Flask. We have 2 more alterations we can use on this. Immune to poison. That's another good one. Removes 15% of mana recovered from life when used. I don't want that because it's caustic. That's another enduring. We just hit 2 endurings. What? We just hit 2 endurings in 4 alterations. What? Okay, game. You have it your way. I'll use an enduring flask. What the heck? Oh my goodness. The ghosts are blasting me? Yeah, the ghosts were absolutely killing me. Cowsad says the passive tree is what makes or breaks a new play. Oh, I would have died if I would have been out in the field and read that. I would have died. I would have not been paying attention for a few seconds. Good one, Cowsad. Mao says, I thought the only ascendancy in game was Pathfinder. Yeah, basically. But as you can see from my flasks, I clearly don't have the flasks to be playing a Pathfinder right now. Pure says, do you think OP or content destroying builds are bad for the game? I have to answer this as a yes or no. I'm going to say no. And here's why. First off, if I say yes, it basically invalidates any player build that is creative, interactive, and I'm going to use a word that might sound hyperbolic, but ingenious, right? A build that puts together and sees things, granite flask, and sees things and puts them together in such a fashion that other players wouldn't otherwise see it. Builds that can destroy content in the game are good because they give players something always to aspire to. And I'm talking about players from you and me, from our first times playing the game, where we're going, hey, I want to build a build that just does not die, or that does kill everything, or that blows up an entire screen right away. And it also keeps us playing and gives us entertainment when we're at, well, frankly, when we're at, where is it? When we're at level 96 and we're like, hey, how can I still improve this build? Right? Like, that amount of player power that's available in the game because there are different combinations that are available in the game, I think that's a very good thing. I am not opposed to that. I'm in favor of that. Now, what I'm not in favor of is those things just eternally being present in the game. I'm not in favor of that. I'm not in favor of things that are broken continually staying broken. I'm in favor of nerf cycles. I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of game balance developed through continual ongoing interactions and communications between developers and player bases. I'm in favor of that. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt, but just look at it for a moment. Do I actually want to swap this? Yeah, I do want to swap this. I'm going to swap this to a determination. I'm going to use determination and purity of elements. Take it now from the opposite standpoint. If I were to say yes, right, all of those things that I just said would take place, right? We would have to destroy all of the things that keep us coming back as players. If, however, I say no, like I've said, I think they're good. I don't think they're bad for the game. So the reasons why they're not bad for the game are because they keep us playing, they keep us engaged, they keep us going back to something, and the replayability factor for all of us are going, hey, I wonder if I could try, like, I'm just going to pick two mechanics here. This is me using an example, not explicitly saying this is something that could happen. But is there any way that we could be like, Abyssal Cry. Abyssal Cry gives reduced movement speed per nearby enemy. Is there some way that we could reduce our movement speed in such a manner that we would actually become stationary, and then all of the benefits of being stationary would come into effect and would somehow be boosted through Abyssal Cry, right? That's a totally silly line of thought, right? And it doesn't work that way. But because PoE has got so many unique interactions that lead to OP builds and content-destroying builds, it allows you to look at any single thing, any single one thing in the game, and go, okay, how the heck do I make this so that way this is the next OP thing? How can I do that? And a game that offers that as a promise or as a potential is really, really awesome. All right, so determination is going to go in. What are we taking out? We said blood and sand, flesh and stone. There we go. And now we actually have a granite flask for the first time in ever. And it's a bleeding flask. So we can get rid of this crappy life flask. That is tremendous. Oh boy. All right. That's the perfect setup right there. All right. So I still need I need a burning remove flask. Ideally, I need a burning remove flask and an amethyst flask. So burning on an amethyst flask would be nice. Cowsad says, do you think cast on death is hardcore viable? No. Mike weighs in and says, I feel like OP content destroyers are pointless. Like, if you have everything, what are you playing the game for? Mike, I agree with you. And here's what I notice in our own community. Legit, this is what I notice. Players who get their builds to that content destroyer point of the league oftentimes slow down or stop playing. Like, when a build achieves its min-max status, oftentimes players get bored. When players stop having something to aim for or progress or see progression in their characters, they stop playing. Oh, look at my armor now. With the granite flask up. Granite flask up, baby. 70% armor. Look at that. That's fantastic. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, these guys actually hurt. Yeah, these guys do some physical damage and some chaos damage. So that's why I think it's okay to have them in the game. I don't think it's okay for them to be cheap, right? If the question was, G3 Iron, do you think it's okay for content destroying builds to be cheap? I would say no. I think if you want to destroy content in Path of Exile, you should be able to, and you should have to invest your time and your currency into that build. Like, that was part of my presentation of at least one of the points today in our Nerf Radar discussion, in the video discussion that came out earlier today, was, hey, I think that OP builds are okay. There's an argument to be made for OP builds, and it has to do with the level of investment. Like, if we as players can't see that when we invest tons and tons of currency into the game is going to reward us, what's the point in investing at that point? What's the point in building your build out? But if the game continually rewards you, but continually grows in minuscule ways of its rewards, that's how action RPGs always retain their player base. The further you go, the more minuscule, the more diminishing the returns are on your character improvement. That's at least often how games work, or how action RPGs work. Taking out Blood and Sand? Yeah, I took out Blood and Sand, so that way we just straight up have Determination. So we're up to like 40% physical mitigation when we've got our Granite Flask up. So it's quite good. Quite good. Just got to keep my Taunt Totem up. Stay out of these bosses' way. These are all bosses with mechanics that I should be familiar with from years of playing Path of Exile. So hopefully I should stay alive. Oh, don't stand in the way of his claws. That's a good way to die. There we go. Look at that. We killed the boss and dinged a level at the exact same moment. That's pretty cool. All right, we are coming up here, and this is going to give us block recovery and increased energy shield from equipped shield. I don't get any ES from my shield, do I? No. But that's going to be nice once I fill that out. It also gives me some spell block, which is up to now... Wait, does it not give me spell block yet? Does the first one not give me spell block? No, it's block recovery and energy shield. Okay, it's the second one that gives me 6% spell block. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, I like that. I am a big fan of that. Minions are the best example of it. Yes, they are strong. That's what makes them a great starter. But with no investment, you will die a lot. Yeah. Scott asks a question. He says, I saw that video. Well done. Do you do any sorts of sales for a living? Yes. Any sorts of sales? I'm trying not to be truthful here. Yes? Yes, question mark? I mean, that's such a broad... I think that's such a broad question, I think I have to say yes. Like, how are you defining sales? Like, making people or suggesting something to people to buy something? I guess that would be direct sales, right? There's a lot of different types of sales. Ugh. Increased damage with one-handed weapons. I don't want that. All right, we now have the Obsidian Key. So where are we going next on the passive tree? Okay, we're one passive away from Arcane Guarding. Then from there, do I start building towards a cluster jewel socket? Oh, did I get a cluster jewel once? When I was, no, I don't think I did. I must have been dreaming that. I thought I got one when I was farming the Delirium on Twilight Strand, but I guess not. I like that I have a uniques tab and then I'm not using it. That's funny. Cowsad says, do you agree build creators should flash damage? What does that mean? What do you mean by flash damage? Can you clarify before I answer? Do you mean like flex damage? Like, hey, I'm a build creator. This is my 10 billion Shaper DPS Spectre build. Is that what you're talking about? Quantum Dot says, marketing. I wondered that before. Oh, interesting. So, Quantum, welcome to the chat. We are playing a game that we are calling affectionately Yes or No. So you can ask any question in a yes or no format, and I will do my best to answer it truthfully as possible. It can be about PoE. It can be about anything else. Hey, Einhard, you finally going to give me some recipes to actually work with now? Essence of Wrath. Oh, lightning resistance. That's actually really good. I could use this on an amulet. No. No, that'll give increased lightning damage. I could use this on a belt for increased lightning resistance. Yeah, I think that would be good. Watch out. That's a big explosion. This is a red beast. This guy is no joke. Am I bleeding? No, I'm vulnerable, though. Is he dead? Okay, the red beast is dead. Ding dong, the red beast is dead. The red beast is dead. The red beast is dead. How did you lose your hardcore solo self-found character? I was in the Chamber of Sins and there was a red beast. And I was dumb enough not to hit my granite flask that I'd been complaining all day about not having. And I finally had one, and then I died. That actually sounds like something that would happen to me. Getting upgrades and then dying are pretty much go hand in hand for me. Feel like I start playing a lot more cocky at that point. Overconfident. Like shield charging into packs that explode into caustic ground. Oh goodness, that froze me. That was close. I was like, freeze flask, where? That's some of the danger of putting your freeze removal on your movement flask. Because oftentimes players want to be going so fast all the time that they will leave their movement flask low, right, on empty charges because they're trying to go fast. And I do not want to do that. Do not want to leave your freeze flask without charges. It's a good way to end up dead. Scott says, I define sales like that. Any sort of persuasion or pitch work involved? Sure. The answer is yes. Yes. That is something that's definitely involved in my work. Greg says, I think they start dropping in Act 8. Are you talking about granite flasks? Is that what you're referring to? Cowsad says, they mostly put big numbers, but lack anything else. Yeah. I feel like there are a lot of those. And, like, folks, if you've seen any of the build guides that we feature on our once-a-week build feature, weekly featured series, man, I can't ever say that. If you are familiar with any of the builds that we feature in our weekly featured build discussion series, then you will note that a lot of the times we don't feature builds that just have massive damage. We actually feature builds that will prioritize communicating what the build does rather than communicating what the build does. Or I'm sorry, rather than highlighting what the build does, right? I'm more interested in showcasing to newer players and to veteran players, here's a build that's well written and tells you how it works, rather than showcasing, here's a build that can kill big stuff. Take a look. Like, I would much rather highlight and, frankly, bring attention to other people who have worked on their builds and want to show them off and are clearly communicating, this is how you too can play this build. Like, one of my early frustrations when I was playing Path of Exile. Story time. Pull up a chair, grandchild. I'm your local grandparent, G3 Iron. Hi, I'm geriatric G3. So, do you have a chair? Lend me your ear for a moment. Okay, so when I first started playing Path of Exile, one of the things that was very frustrating to me was how many builds would advertise themselves based on the damage that they would do, based on the big numbers that they would have. And I simply had zero frame of reference about whether or not those numbers meant something. When you are first new to a game, you have no idea what is representative power levels in that game. So, for instance, a build that boasts, I can do 1 million Shaper DPS, versus a build that says, I can do 1 million Elder DPS. You have no frame of reference about those two particular boss fights, so you're not sure which one is actually tougher and which one is actually more impressive. If both of them relate to the Shaper, One of them says, I do 1 million Shaper DPS, and the other one says, I do 10 million Shaper DPS. Well, just because the one does 10 million Shaper DPS doesn't mean it's 10 times as better of a build, right? It could mean that it sacrifices everything else that that build could do just to do damage, and it's actually a really tough build to play, because unless you're in the optimal environment for dealing all 10 million of its DPS, it's actually a crap build. The 1 million DPS build might actually be a better build, a more well-rounded build, a build that you can level up with, a build that you can play in solo self-found, a build that you can play in hardcore, a build that you can get started with if you're a new player. The 10 million DPS build might require some sort of massive amounts of knowledge in the game to make work. So when you're just looking at those two different build guides, there's nothing that sets them apart as a new player. So that's one of the reasons why when I first started playing, I was very frustrated in trying to learn the game. And on top of being frustrated trying to learn the game, as I was beginning to make discussions for PoE, I really wanted to make sure that one of the things that we did was address some of the problems. And again, there aren't many problems inside Path of Exile, but some of the problems that new players bump into as they're interacting with content and as they're learning the game. So that's a lot of my drive. That's my story. That's a lot of my drive in making discussions, is going, okay, are we actually curing any frustration here? Or are we causing frustration? Are we actually helping new players understand and grasp and wrestle with some of the discussion topics that veteran players are going to want to interact with? Or are we just more noise in the community? Now that is a ring. It's got 5 all LE resistances. It's got 54 life. This ring is still slightly better. And this ring is still definitely better in terms of resistances. But I think I'm going to keep that ring. So hopefully that puts that in perspective. Hopefully that works in puts in perspective. Quantum Dot, do you work in marketing? No. Cowsad says, hardcore players exist. Hillock's waiting on me. Alex says, G3, do you ever panic flask spam when you are in danger? Oh yeah, all the time. It was actually my primary motivation in making that video, called Managing Your Flasks. I think that's what it was called. Or was it called Flask Management? Yeah, it was called Flask Management, How to Not Panic Smash Your Flasks. Part of the reason why I made that video was because I wanted to learn to panic, less. To learn when to pre-pot, to learn when to post-pot on your flasks. What flasks are reactive, what flasks are preemptive. So, ideally, that's actually a great point. Thank you for reminding me. Ideally, I should have my Quicksilver and my Granite next to each other, because they're both reactive for their defensive purposes. So, or they're both preemptive. I should just be having freeze immunity up as much as possible. So I want to have those up as much as possible and keep them near each other, so I'm constantly hitting those, right? Whereas my life flasks and my mana flasks, those are reactive. I can keep those together, and that's okay. Speaking of keeping them together, and that's okay. My goodness, this guy's tough. What are we up to now? 41%? 39%? I'm still going to be reliant on this Granite Flask for quite a while, I think, for physical cap. But I'm glad to have Determination rolling. So one of the more common offensive dangers or defensive threats in the game, physical damage, is at least somewhat regularly mitigated. I'm really glad to finally have a Granite Flask. I feel a lot safer now. I feel like that Granite Flask is actually making me feel safer than the chest piece upgrade that we got the other day that I was just freaking out about. 50 HP is a lot of HP, but 3,000 armor? It's a ridiculous amount of armor at this stage. Greg Armstrong says, I was born in the 70s. LOL. Wow, Greg. Man, now that's a boomer flex. That's a boomer flex. Welcome, Greg. We're glad you've survived to this century. We're all glad. Most of all me, though. Quantum says, popular build creators are good at the game. They can go balls deep damage and not die a lot. It might not work for your level of skill or game knowledge, but that doesn't mean big number builds are bad. No, I agree. I agree with that. I'm not trying to say that the 10 million DPS build is bad, right? I'm saying I don't want to feature it for new players to say, hey, this build is a great build because of the way how it's written. That's what I'm trying to say. The 10 million DPS build and the 1 million DPS build, if that's all that we're going off of, like neither of them are well written, right? I want the build guide creators, especially the ones that we feature and the ones that I follow and promote, I want those to be people who are actively showcasing and communicating clearly to players that are helpful, clearly communicating in a helpful way to players who are new to the game. Because there are a lot of new players in our community here in Good Guy Gaming. So there are some of you in chat who are right now who are new players to the game over the last week even. So I don't want to feature a build and then say, hey, go check this build out, and then have it have a bunch of lingo in it that doesn't necessarily reference how to know that lingo or where to learn more lingo. Like there's a lot of acronyms in PoE. You shouldn't have to Google every other line. What's CDWT or CWDT? Right? What's OOS? What's OOM? What's LGOT or LGOH? Like these are all like acronyms, right? They're fine. They're fine as they are. But as a new player coming to the game, I don't want to have to Google every other line that's being explained to me. And I don't want to promote that for other players. I don't have Fortify. There we go. Why don't I have Fortify? Uh-oh. I don't have a flask. Where's my granite flask? I thought I died there for a second. My heart actually skipped. I thought the ding of that necromancer circlet was me dying. That was kind of spooky. All right, what do we get? Yeah, that's good. Paul says, all you kids, I was born in the 60s. Hey, there you go, Paul. Rocking out, man. When the Beatles were popular. That was another era. Pure says, my build 1 week into the game is Ice Shot Deadeye. Basically just spam Ice Shot and then single target is spam middle mouse button for barrage. I didn't understand any other build. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that's just one example. It doesn't mean it's true for everybody. Quantum says there are specific builds that are labeled new player friendly. Not everyone has to do that. I'm not talking about this community. I'm talking about in general. Quantum, you're absolutely right in that regard. You're absolutely right. I'm not saying everybody has to do that. Right? There are steps along the way. And there are different levels of knowledge in the game. And for our weekly featured build series of what we're going to promote, the vast majority of the time, we're going to try to promote things that are well written. Notice, not necessarily beginner friendly, but well written. A beginner's got to be able to go from beginner state of knowledge to progressing, right? They need to be exposed to new ideas. And one way to do that is to expose them to some of these builds that are tougher to understand conceptually. But if the build guide creator is able to communicate why the build ticks and why the build works the way it does, that's a build that we're going to consider, right? So a really, really important concept. Greg says, people get checkbox happy in POB config sometimes. You can't just go off those big numbers. I'll trade some DPS for quality of life. It's fair. All right, so we get a passive point here. I actually do want to check these boots out. I want to check that amulet out. Hey now. Hey now. Those have triple resistances and move speed and life. Are you guys seeing this? These might be the best boots that we've ID'd ever in SSF. I think these are even better than these. Yeah, that's only 10%. And it's still lightning resist too. This is our lucky day. All right, so if I swap this off, I can now go Spectres right away. I could go make that Spectre change and just go zombies and skellies for damage. I am going to have to use Purity of Elements or Purity of Lightning, though. Eventually, I'm going to have to swap over to an ES shield, right? Eventually. This shield is just good, man. Shield is good. What's my black chance up to? 30, 33, 21? Not bad. It's not great. It's not perfect. It's strong. Yeah, we did have a pure exalted drop earlier. But these boots... I think these boots beat that. They're full on their rolls, so I can't craft anything onto them. But these are some pretty damn good boots for me. Okay, I don't need all this fire resistance anymore. So maybe I can re-roll some of my fire resistance, recraft some of my fire resistance. Miguel says... Thinking of trying a Flicker Strike Slayer with Terminus S. Thoughts? It's hard to get 100% crit chance in order to maintain frenzies and bosses. And should I impale stack? Yeah, you should do it. Go for it. It's not too hard to get 100% crit chance in order to maintain the frenzies. You can do it. I think there's an Assassin Flicker Strike build that uses Terminus S that actually does that. Jliu says, for me, I had no problem learning basic concepts just by reading PoE Wiki. There you go. See, some people enjoy reading PoE Wiki. Some people would rather other people read it to them. I know some people used to make fun of us for reading the wiki on a lot of our stuff, but it's like, hey, point people to where they can go and learn more. And that was one of the approaches that we took earlier on in the channel. All right, so let's try to jeweler this. Well, let's try to up the quality on this first. All right, so let's go buy Let's go buy some armor stuff. Oh, dang it. Am I in the wrong? Yeah, I'm in the wrong person. Go purchase some of these. Okay, 14 of those. Let's go back to hideout. All right, let's craft up these boots. Look at that. All right. Quality 20 boots, and let's get 4 sockets. 4 sockets! There we go. Okay. All right, 4 sockets. We can put... what do we want to put in here? If one of these 3 rolls green, it would be faster attacks with shield charge and fortify. Let's try it. How are you going to do me like that, game? Look at that. We got the one green, but it's not linked. There we go. All right. Faster attacks it is. Finally. Faster attacks. Fortify. Shield charge. There we go. Alright, I'm going to take Determination out, and I'm actually going to go back to Flesh and Stone for a minute. Well, I might be able to keep Determination. Okay, let's see here. What are we at for resistances? We're at 109 for fire resistance. Is that using purity? Yeah, that's using purity. We're at 88 for fire resistance. So if I go fire and lightning, that puts me over on fire, over on cold. Lightning resistance is the only thing that's low. So reroll this, right? Reroll this as, I think it's just lightning actually. And now fire is actually too low. I need to upgrade this amulet. This amulet is a piece of trash. Okay, is this going to be better? Please be better. It's not. Ugh. I need a better amulet. We're now getting to the stage where I'm getting sick of this amulet and this ring. Kind of getting sick of this ring too. When it dropped, it was really, really good. Ah, man. What am I going to do here? First off, these are 4-link boots. Put them in here. Get rid of this. Throw these over here. What am I going to do here? I could try to essence craft some resistances. I could try that. Essence craft some resistances onto jewelry. Got a few essences now. Other jewelry is increased lightning damage. This belt has just got crafted life and strength on it. It does have a bit of cold resistance on it, right? So I just need resistances. I'm not asking for much. I just need resistances everywhere, right? Not asking for much. Okay, so what if I take... No, I need that fire resistance. Can I craft on here? I can. All right, so let's do fire. Fire and lightning. Good. All right, so that caps me. I'm not using elemental weakness, and we are now capped. Laucon says, G3, I'm a fairly new player, first full league, and I really only know how to make and play one build. FP totems. Do you have any suggestions on what build I should try next? PS, I have quite a large budget to play, over 100x, and I'm really biased against minions. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. So what do you like about the totem gameplay, Laucon? Let us know what you think about the totem gameplay. And then, hey chat, let's give Laucon some ideas on some builds. Let's, as a community, start tossing some ideas out there. He said it's his second league, first full league, and he only knows how to play FP totems so far. I assume you're playing that on a hero font. So let's give Laucon some ideas as we are able. Maybe now is the time to swap off of this guy. To go craft my plus 5+ link chess piece. Maybe now is the time to do it. because I don't need those links here. These guys could move down. Ideally, what I need is not a crap amulet. That's ideally what I need. Okay, that guarantees a life roll on a armor piece. So I could just guarantee a life roll. It'd be a pretty low life roll, though. If I free up my belt slot, yeah, I don't already have an amulet waiting in the wings. I'm acting like I have an amulet waiting in the wings here. All right, Laucon says, want to do great damage and good clear. Easy to play. Oh, this is what he likes about totems. They're easy to play. You place totems and then dodge. Okay, that's fair. Well, there you go. Hopefully our guys in chat are going to help you out with a couple of builds. Jacob says, maybe try Shrapnel Ballista. Alex says, Instacking Wander. Those are great. Cowsad says, an unarmed build. There you go. Brands is something you're definitely considering. There you go. Brands are set it and forget it. It won't draw fire like a totem will, but very much like place it in an area and then just keep casting Brand Recall. Meanwhile, I'm like in a stage of indecision here. I'm just in a complete stage of indecision. You know what? Screw it. Let's at least try this thing. Right? Let's at least try to roll this. So let's scour this. Let's quality it up. And let's try to use an essence to throw at it to make it rare. But with what is the question? Wait. Am I missing something here? Yeah, I was missing a skill point. Why, thank you, Aramir. Thank you for your skill point. Alright, I now have all of the stuff that I could ever want over here. So now it's just a matter of coming over and deciding, are we going to go grab Spiritual Aid? We've already got Silent Life Wheel. Are we going to spend the next 12 points to come down and grab Soul of Steel? Are we going to make our way towards Combat Stamina? Huh. I could actually come up through here, through the Chaos Resistance Life Wheel. Oh, I'm right here as well. 1 point away from the Devotion Light. Yeah, that's what I should do. I should come through here, grab this, and then come up and grab either Spiritual Aid or come down to grab the Large Socket Jewel. That's what I should do. Good call, whoever said that. Oh, that was me. That's right. Good call, me. All right, let's go buy some more Armor Smiths. Volatile Dead Necromancer. Yeah, Volatile Dead on Poet's Pen is a really, really fun build. Be warned, not every computer can handle it. Be warned. Be warned. Jliu says, the only thing I hate about brands is that you have to keep track of the number of brands you have and keep it up. Yeah, it can be annoying, but that's like the only thing you have to keep track of, right? But yeah, it can be annoying at times. All right, here we go. We are going to put onto armor some lightning resistance. This is going to be level restricted, level 60 or below. And we got a decent life roll. It's not better than what we have, but it's decent. That is a decent life roll. It's got an open prefix. Okay, but we've already got life and mana, so what can I roll on here? I could roll increased armor. I like that. So we'll probably do increased armor. Would 40 or 50... I think the increased armor on the top end would actually be better, the percentage, rather than the flat. I could be wrong, though. All right, so we like these colors, or no, I would ideally like 2 blue and 3 red. Ask and you shall receive. All right, what are our resistances at now? We are at 75, 63, 87. Okay, so I'm now actually over cap by 13 on lightning resist. So let's go lightning and cold on this. There we go. We are capped. All right. So we are defensively capped. We can now put Ray Zombie here. We can put, what is it? Melee damage and brutality. Yep. In here. And then we can put, what else do we want to put in here? Minion damage, 43% more. I actually probably should actually have it be 3 red, right? What's the other blue that I would want in here? What's the other blue that I use? I could put Feeding Frenzy here. Or I could put Meat Shield. Yeah, but they're my primary damage source. I don't want to put Meat Shield in here. Didn't I have an Elemental Army somewhere? No, I'm leveling Meat Shield. That's right. Oh, I could put Fortify as well. If I do 3 red. Okay, so we want 3 red. I lied. I want 3 red. Yeah, I don't like Feeding Frenzy. I know you do, Mike. I don't. It's, what is it? Yeah. It's just turns them aggressive. It's not another more multiplier. I want the more multiplier rather than the aggression. The aggression that they get is from moving around my mouse. I guess I'm just used to using my mouse to direct where they go. So let's try that. 4 reds. 4 reds. 3 reds and 2 blues. There we go. That's the one that we want. Alrighty. We're now rocking with zombies. On a 5 link. This is just fantastic news. So, a couple of things that we've done. We are now LE resistance maximum, capped. We're going to have to fix it after we kill Katava a second time, but that's if we even get there. We've got 30, 33, 21% chance to block. We actually have positive movement speed modifier. Ladies and gentlemen, electricized. You who is always calling me out for being slow as crap compared to your lab runner. Where you at, my man? Look at that. We've got 12% movement speed modifier. Oh, man. All right, now what we can do is we could go Ray Spectre. And then go Meat Shield, Blood Magic, Determination up there. Oh, no, I can't put Determination with Blood Magic. I could put Decoy Totem. Whew! That would have been embarrassing. All right, give us 2 blue. 2 blue, 2 red. There we go. All right, Raise Spectre. Decoy Totem. Blood Magic. Where did my Blood Magic go? Am I still leveling it? Nope, it's right here. Blood Magic. Determination goes over here. And then Meat Shield. All right, there we go. Let's say that we're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. He lives in Act 2 because that's where the chieftains are. Ta-da! Whew. Just the entertainment value, OMG, is Jesus. Yes, he's got some hilariously terrible builds. He does. I love his builds. They're hilarious. If you like PoE, you should like his builds, right? Like if you don't like his builds, you probably just don't like PoE. You're not going to get the jokes. And that's okay. We're all here to have a good time. All right, so we got that done. We have 2 specters now. We want determination still on. I don't have to have purity of elements now. Now I can use purity of elements to overcap me or to continue with the same configuration once I kill Kitava. But now I could actually grab Pride. Whoops, where's Pride? Pride is Act 3? I don't know, and I don't have to care because I can go to Lily. Feeding Frenzy, yeah, Feeding Frenzy, it makes your monsters more aggressive, right? That's good. It means that their range, essentially, of what they target expands out. That part is good. I'm not denying that. One thing that I don't like about it, though, is I like keeping my skeletons relatively close, or my zombies relatively close to me, because they act as not as the support meat shield, but they act as an actual meat shield for projectiles. Like, I like to be relatively close to my zombies. That's how I play. Not everybody else has to play that way, but it's one of the ways how I play. Oh, that's right. Pride is a 50% reservation, and so is determination. So I could go... I can go banner. Where's the banner? I think I'm going to go Dread Banner. Yeah. Yeah, give a chance to impale. That's good. I like it. All right, let's keep going here. Whew. Yeah, it does make them attack at greater distances, which is good. But they really shine in that scenario, in my opinion, when they've got a chance to taunt. When minions have a chance to taunt and they're aggressive, that's when it's like, hey, doubly really good. If they're pulling aggro off of everybody and, you know, at a great distance, and they're taunting them and keeping that aggro, that's great. I just don't personally like the playstyle for the damage that you sacrifice. But hey, maybe you guys play it in a different way, and maybe for you guys it's not a sacrifice of damage. And maybe I should try it. Maybe I should try it. Maybe I should try it this playthrough. You guys have been suggesting it the entire playthrough, basically, saying, hey, Iron, you should try it. But at the moment, I like having the damage multiplier, and I like having the zombies relatively still close to me. And I'm still used to having to convoke in order to summon stuff and actually attack the stuff that's relatively close. Didn't we kill this beast? Are there 2 beasts here? That's another Cossack. I've only dropped like 5 uniques this entire game, and I've dropped 2 of that same unique. That's kind of funny. All right, faster attacks. Man, our shield charge is feeling a lot better. My shield is actually something that I could use as an upgrade. That would actually be quite nice, because now I'm getting like all this extra energy shield from it. I know I don't have any energy shield right now. But who knows? Maybe I'll transition this build over into a CI build. I said that earlier, that I might go CI. Which would just be weird indeed, I know. But usually that's like around like level 80 is when you got enough passive points to really pull that off. But that's in softcore. Like that's when you can build, you know, buy whatever it is. Whoa! That's when you can buy whatever it is that you want. What was that? That was a corpse explosion mechanic. That's what that was. Holy moly. Just went from 25 down to like 13 real quick. That was a wake-up moment. That was a definite wake-up moment. Hey guys, if you're asleep, wake up. Holy crap. Alright, get the decoy totem out there. Go get them, boys. Pull them in a little bit. Here's the decoy totem. Watch the fire explosions. We got a heavy belt. Okay, what kind of heavy belt is that? Is that Doriani's? Oh, no, it's the Intimidate belt. That's nice. That'll be nice for when this guy dies and we actually go build our gladiator. That'll be quite nice. Oh! How do you guys pronounce this orb? A Regal orb? How is it that you guys pronounce it? Electricize. Welcome, man. I was just giving you a shout out earlier. Look, take a look now that you're back. 12% movement speed. Pretty good, huh? Try Feeding Frenzy if you ever get decent animate Guardian gear. Your AG can give cool buffs. Yeah. Yeah, I love me some animate Guardian. Problem is you got to get very specific uniques for him to give the best buffs. Alright, let's identify that. Alright. Let's go back into the Dread Thicket. Get a presence of Cheula, then you would not need to go CI. Then again, it's SSF. Yeah. Good luck farming a presence of Cheula without going CI or having a presence of, like, already having a presence of Cheula, right? Like, that's going to be really, really risky. Maybe not for you, because maybe you guys are mechanical gods at this game. For me, I'm accidentally shield charging into all sorts of crap. This god, for instance, Gruthkill, oftentimes is a very, very dangerous god. At least for me. Oftentimes her Fizz degen, like when she's calling out to a whole bunch of stuff, is pretty deadly. But we're going to try it. We're going to give it a shot. I only have 7 zombies. Man, to think that in Metamorph League, I had more than twice this. I had 15 zombies. And I had 15,000 energy shield. Ugh. Alright, kill her. And she's dead. There you go. Never mind. That was actually a tough fight that I had to portal back to town on my hardcore character over the weekend. That's how difficult that fight was for a Stormbrand character. That was easy for that guy. Holy moly. Pure says, now I'm questioning myself. Is it Regal or Regal? Yeah. See? It's tough. You gotta make a decision. Electricize says, I'm falling asleep trying to farm the enchant for my Shaper Warlord Influence Gull with 30% quality. Oh, nice. That is a good flex. It's an excellent flex item. Alright, so now we need to go up and meet Alva at the Causeway. Kill the beast. Still alive. Alright. Some of those beasts that summon like the popping spiders, those are really dangerous. Oh, volatile flame blood. Proc it and then flame dash away. Nice, lots and lots of level ups there. Is this beast not dead yet? Nope. Alright, if you have any more yes or no questions that you wanted to ask, get them in. Because once we get to the temple, it's going to be focus time. I'm going to have to focus. I have to put my head down and really pay attention. Then again, my character could die on the causeway, so... Oh, Chaos Orb! I still have yet to use one of these. Maybe I should buy a high-level amulet and then start Chaos rolling it. Maybe that would be a good idea. Like, no ball? You mean noble? Is that what you guys mean? Noble? My pronunciation, I said it the other day in response to a comment on YouTube. My pronunciation has now entered the cute dog realm of pronunciation, apparently. Apparently my pronunciation is just up for pickings, up for critique at any point in time. And that's okay. The more inside jokes we can have together as a community, the better. It means you guys are laughing, I'm laughing, we're all having a good time. Alright, there's the crafting recipe. No? Oh, it's an alpha. Man, look at the damage zombies do. I love me some zombies. Ooh, that's chaos damage. Speaking of damage, those chaos spitters do not like me. That's okay, the feeling is mutual. Coming back to get my revenge on you guys, you chaos spitters. Once I actually have some chaos resistance, I'm going to be tearing through the Temple of Atzoatl so fast you're not going to know what hit you. You're going to think it's 1979 again. You're going to start wearing your hair in a perm and start singing songs like White Wedding by Billy Idol. Actually, I'm not sure when Billy Idol made White Wedding. Somebody look that up real quick. When was White Wedding? When did White Wedding come out? It's a nice day for a white wedding. Uh-oh, I'm not allowed to karaoke on stream. YouTube will destroy the YouTube channel. Not allowed to karaoke. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost there. There she is. Alright, so this is a passive point, and then also a waypoint. Pure says, are you enjoying the current state of PoE? I am. Yes. I am enjoying the current state of PoE. I don't think PoE has ever been in a better state. Performance-wise, even balance-wise. Like, I know everybody's going to be like, oh, Herald Guardians. Yeah. Okay, but look outside of Herald Guardians. If you look at outside of Herald Guardians, like, things are relatively even. And before the Herald Guardians came up and came about, players were pretty much all saying, hey, this seems to be a league that's pretty well balanced. Yes, it took some time and players figured out, hey, here's some broken OP combos that we can take an advantage of. But for the most part, I think the cluster jewel system has actually reinvigorated a lot of builds that were on life support or were not considered viable. Maybe they were viable, but they weren't considered to be viable by many people. And you can see now that players have spread out in a lot of ways. Choosing a lot of different ascendancy paths and a lot of different popular skills. Again, besides for the popular Guardian choice. Also, just remember that very, very popular Guardian choice still requires massive amounts of investment. Lots of other builds out there that do not require that amount of investment. Alright, let's sell this stuff. Keep the jewel. Kishara's star comes down here to Whalem. That's 2 more passive points. We're at 2,800 HP. I am very happy with that. I am very happy with that. That means that by the time we go to fight Azaro, we might actually be able to craft up some gear and get to 3,000 HP. Jacob says, I gotta go to sleep. Please don't die. See you tomorrow. All right. Stay safe, Jacob. Cowsad says, do you miss your hair? To a certain extent, yes. Yes, I do. I do miss my long hair. Yes. Being able to grow out long. Believe it or not, there was a time way back in the day when rock and roll and big hair dominated the stage of life. The G3 iron actually rocked some long hair. But that was a long time ago. Many, many hair follicles ago. Many children ago. Actually, I don't think I've ever had my long hair with my kids. I think there's a correlation here. Maybe not causation, but definitely a correlation here. I think I've seen what my kids do to my wife's long hair, and I'm like, yeah, I'd rather not have a child pulling on my hair. Then again, I actually do play a game with my 2-year-old where she pulls on my beard and tries to pull it off. She thinks it's hilarious. Take beard, daddy. Yank, yank, yank. She thinks it's hilarious. So, I think it's hilarious, therefore. Cowsad says, do you watch anime? I wouldn't say that I watch anime. I would say there are some animes that I've watched. So, no. I would say, no, I don't watch anime. And yes, I would say there are animes that I have seen. But no, I don't just sit down and say, you know what? I'm going to watch some anime tonight. I'm far more likely to go, you know what? I'm going to watch some Berzerker. Or, you know what? I'm going to watch some Death Note. Or, you know what? I'm going to watch some Monster. I think those are my 3 top animes. 4th would probably be original Full Metal Alchemist. Late 80s, says Greg, is when Billy Idol wrote White Wedding. Wow, 1982. There you go. Mike says, speaking the truth, this game just gets better and better. Yeah, I think they just keep improving it. I really do. Like, maybe it's because of the time when I started playing Path of Exile. Like, a lot of us who are veteran players, you know, maybe we're just hooked on the game because we're hooked on the game. But I can remember a time during the 2-point-something cycle where a lot of players were like, hey, there's nothing to do in the end game. And that was before the Shaper, you know? Certainly, definitely before Shaper and Elder Fight. And the game was just much different in the late game. And I can remember a lot of players were talking a lot about, hey, what's the point? And what should we even be doing, like aiming for the end game? And I wish there was more stuff to do in the end game. And then over the course of the next 3 years, like GGG has done nothing but improve end game. Released 6 extra acts. Like to improve the leveling process. Or to change the leveling process, I should say. Some players still don't like all the new acts. I do. But that's just a personal preference thing. So I think there's a lot of things that have made PoE better over the long haul. And I think it continues to improve and show promise to improve. It's one of the reasons why I play the heck out of it. I generally don't spend my time on things that I don't think are... wow, that almost sounds like a millennial sentence. I don't waste my time playing things that aren't trending up. Sounds like such a millennial thing to say. But I generally don't try to spend much of my time on things that I think are on the way out. So, for instance, if Chris Wilson ever left Grinding Gear Games, I would probably be like, you know what? PoE had a great run, but it's probably on the way down now. That would be like an example of saying, hey, it's trending downwards now. Or the things that I liked about PoE are probably on the way out. Back in the days of farming and dominance. That's right. That's right. Yeah, all the performance updates. Yeah, gameplay, lore, replayability, endgame viability. Like the number of things that are now present in the game are just amazing. All right, let's go fight Arakali. I gotta focus. All right. Rub the hands. Hands are rubbed sufficiently. Let's go. I should probably drop down a portal and a decoy totem. Watch your chaos spit. Oh man, does decoy totem also pull the chaos beams? Does it do both of those things? If it does, that's really cool. That's actually... That's really, really cool. All right, how are we looking on HP? We're looking okay. All right, watch for her to stamp the ground. Whoa, watch out for the chaos. And she stamped the ground and she's dead. All right. Act 7. See ya later, buddy. Sayonara. Kiss my booty. Away we go to the Sarn Ramparts and then to Sarn. This is very exciting. I'm very excited with the progress that we've made today. We've made it through Act 6. We actually found some legitimate upgrades, some good upgrades. We made it through Act 7. We killed all of the gods there. Whoops. And the Delirium encounter. Oh gosh. Did you guys see that loss of frames right there? As soon as I touch the mirror, it's like, no, you don't get any frames. Made it all the way, killing all the different Pantheon gods in Act 7. I think there was one moment where we dropped below 50% HP through Act 6 and 7 today. And yesterday there was one moment where we dropped below 50% HP. It was when we were fighting Katava. So far, so good. We have now fully transitioned into using our, what are now 5-link zombies. I think you guys are right. I think tomorrow, you know what? I think tomorrow I'll give it a shot. I'll at least give it a shot to try Feeding Frenzy on the zombies and see what it's like. It can't hurt to try it, right? Viridian Jewel, nice. It's already rare. Man, imagine having the speed shrine all the time. Oh. What quality of life. Man, I really want to hit my next level. Oh well, that's what we'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll hit our next level, but before we go off for the night, before we sign off for the night, there's a couple more POBs that we want to take a look at. So there were 3 of you, I believe, who were in queue. So that's Jliu, Easy Ease, and Cowsad. So make sure you're in chat. All right, there's that. Look at that. We're at what? Percentage 91%. So tomorrow, basically, as soon as we log on, we're going to hit a new level. So level 58. Where's our passive tree? Passive tree is looking okay at the moment. I think. I think it's looking okay. An amalgamated Frankenstein-ish wacky thing. Next question is, do I now come up and actually go through Faith and Steel? Or do I just come down and around? This is going to be 1, 2, 3. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it adds essentially these 3 nodes. But I still could grab them going this way. 1, 2, 3, and then, yeah. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come down here because then that'll allow me to go 1, 2, 3, 4 to grab the next jewel socket. I've also got a couple of extra jewel sockets that are close to me. This is 1 passive point away. That's 2. This one's 1. This is 3. This is... Was there another one? I think that's it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe potential passive sockets. So that's pretty good. All right. Let's go take a look at Path of Building. Let's pull this up. All right, Jliu, pulling up your character. And let's see if this works. All right, which character is this, Jliu? Min-max the Guardian. Oh, you're playing the Guardian build. Okay. Well, we will do our best, man. We'll do our best to help you out to min-max. This is probably going to be this is going to be the fastest. It's going to be the fastest build advice I can ever give you. All right, so you are a Guardian Herald stacker using Arc. All right, so let's check and see. Yep, this is good. This is good. You don't necessarily have to take these. What is it? These two passives. These two passives help you out with your auras, but it's not required for your mana. Pure says, can't remember a time I had more fun in a stream like this, but I need to head out for now. Thank you so much for the fantastic stream. Hey, that's great, Pure. I am so glad you have enjoyed the day, and we are glad to have had you. Come on back tomorrow because we will be streaming at the same time, same place. Every single day this week, I am streaming same time, same place for at least 3 hours, but more often than not, about 4 or 5 hours. So welcome back next week, or rather tomorrow, when we finish out the week. No, we've still got 2 days worth of streaming to go. So yeah, so Jliu, that would be two things that you could do. Again, those are big boosts for damage. But those are two things that you could lose. You could also lose this one over here for the aura effect. It's another one that you could lose. That's 3 passive points that you could save if you want to throw them elsewhere. Yeah, this one's leadership is really good. Like, look at the difference between leadership and influence. Influence gives you 14% increase. Yeah, that's really good for area of effect. Sorry, I'm still in summoner mode. I'm still thinking like, hey, how big is your AoE for your auras? Because that's really, really big. Allows you to stand further away from your minions and still have things happen. Anyway, but for you, Jliu, these are not required. This is not required. This is. The mana reduction is required. In terms of min-maxing, what did you say that you're aiming to do? You're trying to min-max it. I'm playing to the next level and would like to hear some suggestions about the priority list of what should be upgraded first so that I can spend the currency more to more significant upgrades as everything is just too expensive. Everything on this build is expensive because everything, I mean, look at this. Everything is unique, so everything is about the rolls at the moment. So what are your voices? You got a 3-socket, a 3-socket, or I'm sorry, a 3 passive, 3 passive, 3 passive. I mean, ideally, you can upgrade one of these to a 1 passive. Ideally. If you could roll a good corruption on your intuitive leap, that would be another thing to do. Your Watcher's Eye, I get the damage pen that you're getting, and then of course you get energy shield regained from discipline, but also ideally if you could get while affected by clarity, you get additional ES. That would be fantastic. Your energy from within is not corrupted, so that's another thing that you could do. Your Behemoth Stone is not corrupted, so that's another thing you could do. Your Conqueror's Efficiency is corrupted, but it's just kind of an awkward corruption. I mean, it gives you crit, but you're already going to be critting out of your mind. Which split personalities are you using? Oh, that's a good one. 1% mana reserved. You're using the Intelligence and the ES. Okay. If you need Strength, those are some things to go for as well. Yep, there's one for Strength. And there's another one for Strength. Yeah, I think the next things that I would do, Jliu, is I would determine whether or not you need these 2 passive points, 3 passive points, 4 passive points. And then I would aim at reducing your voices. Like, get them from a 3, get one of them from a 3 down to a 1. That's another 2 passives, which would give you 5 total passive points that you could play around with. That would be the next thing to do. Also, get corruptions on these jewels. Any jewel that doesn't have a corruption, like, get some decent corruptions on here. You can get 1% mana reserved. Get a couple of corruptions on these. Corrupted blood cannot be inflicted. Good. This, yeah, like you can hinder enemies and you get flat lightning and some flat mana. That's not really that great. I would think in that same slot, right? If you can find another percentage energy shield and then chaos resistance. That's what I would be doing. That's what I would upgrade next. Is just get another jewel that's got energy shield and chaos resistance. All right, that is Jliu's build. We are now going to take a look at Easy Ease. Easy Ease, are you here, man? Can you let us know if you are here? We are giving you a shout out right now in YouTube chat, so let us know if you are here. Uh-oh. Easy Ease, it's saying we can't see your build. It's saying we can't see your character. Easy Ease. I'm gonna tell you what. This is what we're gonna do. Easy Ease, let's work on getting your POB fixed so we can view it. And then tomorrow, your build will be first in queue. But at the moment, your link is broken. All right, so taking a look at Cowsad. Cowsad says, where we go? Here we go. We're jumping over to Cowsad's characters. Which character here, Cowsad? You guys gotta let me know which character. All right, so Cowsad, you're here, my man. Can you let me know? Blighted? Blighted is the name of the character? Okay, Blighted Cow, is that the name? Is that the name of your character? Blighted Cow. All right, let's go back here. Let's go take a look at Blighted Cow. See what kind of advice we can give you here in the last few minutes of the stream. Whoops, that's not a paste bin. There we go. Oh no! You're kidding me. Why is it that doesn't work? No, I'm looking at your build right here. Cowsad could not be retrieved. Why is it that Cowsad could not be retrieved? That's really weird. I'm literally copying and pasting it from the website. Is it not? Is it because you're not a PS4 character? Or you're not a PC character? Oh, you're a PS4 character. Okay, that's why. Hey, there we go. Blighted Cow. All right. We're here, fam. We're here. We made it. All right, level 63 Occultist. All right, so this is what we're going to do here for Cowsad. Blighted Cow. He says, looking for more energy shield and some strength along with quality of life, and also Death's Oath is inside the build. Wanted to give it a funny name like Blight Me Daddy. Have not converted to full ES. Let's going to plan on grabbing CI and convert life regeneration to ES nodes. I'm going to run 2 curses inside the unique Heretic's Veil along with a swap in belt to Crystal Belt. Should I run Blight in Death's Oath or on the staff? That's the only question. Is that the only question? Should you run Blight in your staff or your chest? So, I mean, ideally, if you're using Death's Oath, I'm kind of confused here, Cowsad. Are you running Death's Oath, or are you just hoping to run Death's Oath? So, if you're running Death's Oath, then you want to throw a bunch of supports into that chess piece, because everything that's socketed in that chess piece is going to be supporting Death's Oath. If you're not running Death's Oath, and you're running a Tabula and a Cane, you've got 2 6 links potentially here anyway. So I'm a bit confused. So I just want to make sure that we're actually, again, providing you with feedback of what you're going for. Looking for more energy shield and some strength. Well, first off, is this... Okay. So first off, this needs to be Healthy Mind right here. Because if this goes Healthy Mind, all of these life nodes are going to transform into energy shield nodes. So that's one thing, Cowsad. Swap out of Spreading Rot right here. Also, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Cowsad. You don't actually need to have the intelligence allocated for Spreading Rot to count. It just needs to be in the radius. 40 intelligence needs to be in the radius. It doesn't need to be allocated. So you don't have to come down here and grab this energy shield. I mean, if you just want the energy shield, this is fine. But I think there's other spots that I would go. You want to run Blight inside Death's Oath. Yeah, if you... Oh, is it energy from within, Greg? Is it not Healthy Mind? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, thank you. Energy from within. It's not Healthy Mind. Healthy Mind is, while no mana is reserved, then you deal increased spell damage. Energy from within is what you're looking for. So this will give you increased maximum energy shield, and then increases and reductions to life in radius are transformed to apply to energy shield. That's what you're looking for in one of those Spreading Rot categories. Also, like the way how Death's Oath works is Death's Oath is supported by whatever is socketed inside it. So you wouldn't want to put your active Blight inside the same chess piece, because essentially Death's Oath, you can socket 6 support gems in Death's Oath, and all of them are supporting your Death's Oath. Whereas if you're going to use Cane of the Unraveling, you could actually put your Blight inside Cane of the Unraveling, and that's going to give you a whole bunch of damage, both off of Death's Oath, just as you're walking around, and then when you're fighting bosses, for actually casting Blight. So that's a couple of options. You've got Blight right now, Infused Channeling, Efficacy, Void Manipulation, Swift Affliction, and Controlled Destruction. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good setup. Yeah, you do have Infused Channeling. Okay, yeah, this is pretty good. Maybe Arcane Focus. Alex P's got a good point. Maybe Arcane Focus here. Might be a good idea. Might be a good idea. On your tree, I personally wouldn't waste those 2 points coming down and grabbing down here. This is 6% energy shield right here. Like, you're spending 2 passive points to grab this 6%. I mean, unless you're just going to come in here and fill in the foresight wheel. I don't know, that's 18% maximum energy shield right here on Arcane Focus. Like, there's some other really good energy shield nodes. 10% increase energy shield and mana. I don't think I would... I think I would come down here and grab this last, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Also, you're making your way over to Zealot's Oath. Okay, that makes sense for when you transition to CI. Yeah. No, it looks pretty solid. I would personally go in and go energy from within here. And then if you just need another socket for this, you can absolutely come up here and grab it for another socket. You could come down here and grab another socket. Shoot, you could even come down here for what, 1, 2, 3. Like, if you really want your blight damage to be doing a whole bunch, but spreading rot, oftentimes you can get better generic damage for your Death's Oath by not using a spreading rot, but by using something else that's going to give you chaos dot multiplier. Also, are you going to make your way down here to Atrophy or Method to Madness? That might be something to think about. If you're going to come grab it, or if you're going to anoint it onto your amulet. Death's Oath is like a secondary skill, while Blight is my main, but I can run it inside the staff. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. So those are a couple of suggestions for you, Cowsad. Okay, Easy E. We have run out of time, my man, so I'm so sorry that today we have run out of time to take a look at your characters. So, like I said, tomorrow we are going to take a look at your characters first. So I will send you a PM as soon as we go live to let you know. And we're not going to look at your POB like right away as soon as we go live. I generally will tackle an act of content before we take a look at people's POBs. So, Ethan, if you are still out there, no worries, my man. We'll take a look at it tomorrow as soon as we start back up our POB cycle. But I'm going to add this last couple of POBs here so that way other folks can enjoy taking a look at these. Copy this. Add this to our video. If you have enjoyed hanging out today, as some of you have said you have, I'm very, very glad that you've decided to spend some of your day with me, enjoying some hangout time, playing some Path of Exile. And I would just like to say that I'm very grateful to all of you for making the community what it is today, a helpful place where lots of people can get together and enjoy playing Path of Exile together and learning about Path of Exile together. I think that it's very, very important for us to be able to enjoy one another's company and to have a community that is enjoyable and supportive of one another. So whether or not we're new players or we're old players and returning veterans, whether or not we're asking for help or whether or not we're providing some help, like either way, I'm very, very happy and thankful to be a part of this particular community and to have you be a part of this particular community. So if at any point in time you have got suggestions, ideas, or feedback, you can always drop me an email or let me know via Discord if you've got suggestions. We're always happy to take those. We don't always make those changes that are suggested, but we're always happy to take those suggestions that are made. So if you've got any suggestions on how we can continue to improve our particular community and our particular little segment of Path of Exile, then feel free to drop me a comment, drop me an email, let me know on Discord. Other than that, big shout out to all of our Patreon supporters who have been helping us subtly improve our channel and our community and our ability to be able to create content. So things like this chair. Big shout out to one of our Patreon supporters who just straight up provided the funds for this chair. Like, my old chair was a wooden chair. The back had literally fallen off of it, and I was just sitting on a stump. You can actually see that if you go back and look through several of the videos. I was just sitting on a stump. There was nothing behind me for a while. And now I've got this awesome chair that is supportive of my back. It's very supportive for doing longer streams like this where I'm sitting here and I don't feel like I'm having any kind of back discomfort. So I am very thankful to our entire community of folks who are Patreon supporters, as well as people who donate and drop tips through PayPal. So if you would like to support the channel, you can always drop us a one-time tip via PayPal, or you can support the channel on a regular basis by joining our Patreon. And then, of course, you get a bunch of perks over on our Discord channel. Last thing for today is, of course, to wish you all a wonderful rest of your day or night, wherever it is that you are. And of course, I hope that today is the day a Mirror of Calandra will drop for you.